everybody? Welcome back to Wampleville, and welcome back to Gummy Bear Goodness Time. Yes, we got these three. We're gonna do the Warg Rider here. We got Mount the Sauron. We got Legolas. We're gonna do the Mount the Sauron, sort of like what we did over here with our. This is the Witch King right there. So we're gonna do them kind of the same way. Leggy, we got a. There's a reference of him down there. As though we're gonna go with that sort of realistic skin tone type stuff. And Warg Rider, well, he's gonna look very much like a Warg Rider. We might even be giving him a White Hand to Sauron mark. Right, Landras. So check this out, Landras. These are all cured and ready to rock and roll. There's your autocorrect monster, and there is the first whatchamacallit there, the first Trench Crusade bust. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll certainly take it. Get this stuff out of the way here. We're gonna start doing some dry brushy stuff, like usual with how we've been doing these guys here. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Yeah, so there it is. There's the autocorrect monster, and then there's that. That did not come out too bad, I have to say. So this is going to be one of our painting busts for sure. Yeah, let's get started. Let's get a rocking and a rolling. Let's do it on this first. Oh, geez, Armov, I keep forgetting. I got to print out these Make It Epic, at least the skelly bits there at that larger size like we've been talking about. Yeah, I keep forgetting to do that. And Armored Wolf, I think what I'll do is I think I can just email you that one, the AON file. It's small enough. I think I can send that in an email. I don't know. I'll see about that, but I think I can actually just send you that in an email. It should be small enough. It's just that one bus. It's not terribly gigantic. And it's just the one with AON looking straight ahead. I figured, let's just keep it easy. That's the easiest way. And I think I actually already have that as a tutorial video too. Oh, by the way, it's a good thing I got those other ones because this is the other one that showed up. First of all, too small. Second of all, this. I mean, it's not. That's to me, that's not airtight right there. So yeah, I mean, this could be nice for a temporary little thing. But yeah, I don't think that's gonna work for our oil paints right there. So I actually got to get one more. Sorry, one more set of 6 or something like that. So I'll probably just get those tonight or whatever. So great to see you there, Landrast. And again, congrats on getting the Blood Bowl team all done. And again, if you're playing them or something like that, definitely take some pictures of them out on the field there, because that'd be super fun. Yeah. Let's do the same deal here with our Warg Rider. Except okay, yeah. Maybe we get a little bit of that in there too. A little bit of that in. Come on, a little bit of that. There we go. So actually, yeah, those the good news is that those busts printed out pretty well. Of course, they took a whole bunch of resin because they didn't hollow them. I didn't want to fool around with hollowing stuff, having never done a test print. So, unfortunately, I'm going to also have to get me another thing of resin because, yeah, by the time I do all these test prints and everything, yeah, it's going to wipe out that brand new jug that I just opened last night. Yeah, we'll just keep rolling here. Keep rolling here. Yeah, I gotta definitely print these out at 72 mil. I mean, that is too good to pass up right there. Gotta do that. Especially since I'm not gonna just need them here. I'm gonna need them on because I got more. I got the what is that? The Golden King of Abrakan. Yeah, I'm gonna try and do a test print of him overnight. Yeah, so I might as well just get a whole nother jug of that stuff because I'm just gonna use it it's all going to get used up real fast. I guess I could have printed out these busts a little bit smaller. The BSG ones are about this size right here. I mean, it's not a bad size. It's kind of mid-size, I guess, as far as busts go. It's hard to tell Armored Wolf because I don't really know just how big people are printing out busts. It seems like they tend to print them out a lot smaller than I think. I don't know. You see way more of it than I do, so you would be the authority on all of that kind of stuff. Leggy, leggy, leggy. Just gonna go green all over here. Going green all over. Don't matter. Base, leggy, tree, everything just getting the same greenish stuff here. Don't care. Even his hair. I've got somewhere. I already lost track of them. I thought I had them up here somewheres, but I got Gimli printed out now. I got, unless he's over here somewhere. No, I don't see him over there. I know I printed out Elrond. Yeah, Gimli and Elrond. I was gonna try to get those prepped for today. Don't think that's gonna happen. Hey there, Camda. There you go, Camda. There he is. There he is for you. That is the first test print, and that. Oh, look at this, Camda. That I don't hate that. Let's put it that way. I do not hate that at all. That worked out pretty well. So yeah, Camda. I think all of the busts have been printing them out at about 50 to 55%. Saving things at that 4-inch height has definitely been key. So Camda, I don't have him here, but I don't know if you can tell, but on the plinth part of it where it says Battlestar Galactica, obviously it's all messed up. It's all mangled. If I can even just learn how to do that in Blender, like demangle stuff, even if I could just learn that, that would be pretty phenomenal. So, actually, a buddy of mine that I've known since the early 90s up there, ironically enough, he lives in Milwaukee. He'd never heard of Adepticon. He'd never heard of it. He doesn't really do miniature stuff, though, so that's not really the biggest surprise. So Camda, it's just like I showed you, like in all the other videos with the stuff where we're using the image to STL, whatever, where the text becomes like Cyrillic, right? It says Battlestar Galactica, in the image, but then when you go to render it, it basically doesn't say anything. Yeah, so because that's it can't understand type. Uh, let's see, where's the? Oh, here we go. Yeah. That's why on this one I didn't even try doing that. I eliminated the type there because this one was done with the meshes, but it would have just completely destroyed the typeface. If you take a close look at those pictures, you might be able to see it on the front of the plinth there, Camda. Yeah, just take a close look at the picture there, and I'm sure you'll see it on the at least you'll say like that doesn't say Battlestar Galactica. It may not show you every detail of it, but you'll be like that ain't right. It ain't supposed to look like that. That is not right. All right, just clearing that out. Let's get to some lighter stuff, and then we'll start doing our darker glazy things because glazy things. Guess I should have grabbed one of the Warg writers from our army painting series there to show that. Oh, geez, Cam does. As per one of your comments on the videos there, actually on that army painting series, if I had remembered, I would have tried doing the flames on this, right, with the whole Rohan thing. Actually, the other thing I want to try to do maybe is print out large-scale casualties. That's the other thing I got to start doing for some of these characters that I want to do. And again, I'll be testing. I'm going to be printing out a large-scale version of the, for sure, the Golden King of Abrakan. Then, yeah, was this one? See, I still wanted to. I think I wanted to save that one for the tutorial video on extensive freehand. Or was that another figure that I had printed out? Maybe it was another one. I don't know. I thought it was that one. Should we go a little later? Okay, fine. We'll go a little later. Now, let's get to our Mount of Sauron here. This one definitely has to be later. For sure. There we go. More skelly friends. More skelly friends down here. Actually, Cam, if you want to share your stuff in the chat, there's some eyeballs is there. Hopefully we don't have any more blips or anything like that. Now, there's also not 50-mile-an-hour winds. I don't think that played a part because, again, the internet doesn't just like flip off for a second and come back. It takes at least a minute and a half or two for that to come back. So I don't think that was the case. There's a part of me that kind of hopes it was instead of Twitch. But Twitch is twitchy. Actually, Camden, did you get a chance to do your streaming? Totally forgot to ask you that. Sorry. Yeah. Let's roll this. Now, as far as tomorrow goes, I think I might. I wanted to do one of those BSG busts. However, I might if I can get the. It depends on if those, like the Gimli and Elrond and the reprinted Sauron, if I can get those based, I would like to try those to kind of, again, have as complete a collection of these as possible, as fast as possible. Although I'm really tempted to do one of those BSG busts, because it is, I like to think of it as Battlestar Galactica week, right? I mean, we did start off with a Battlestar, and last night we were doing this here. And that was super fun, so I'd like to maybe have this be BSG week. I don't know if I can go that much later with these, so I think it is now time to start doing our darker stuff here. Fine. Oh, I forgot to add more cleaner into that. Oh well, we'll just have to do that some other time. It's not now. Hey there, Valfira. Valfira. Oh, geez, we've been going for almost 15 minutes, Valfira. So, Valfira. That was quite the beatdown, Valfira. That was. I mean, they should have stopped that one after the first play, Valfira. Now, of course, Indiana might have taken a little bit of a lesson from the Bears, where the Bears started off the San Francisco game with a pick six, and then that was the only defense they played for the next 59 minutes and 42 seconds. So Indiana decided to take a different approach there, Valfira, and they thought, you know what, it's probably better if we actually play defense for more than the first play of the game. And lo and behold, Valfira, that approach was successful. I know it's shocking to think so, but yeah, that approach was actually successful. So maybe the Bears can learn from the Hoosiers, Valfira, and say, wow, you know, okay, that's a bold strategy, playing defense for the entire game instead of just the very first play. Actually, Valfira, I think it came out, speaking of defense on the field, the Ole Miss defense was out on that field for 40-something minutes, for like 42 minutes of the game. Time of possession was something around the neighborhood of 42 to 18 minutes, Valfira. That's insane. That is absolutely bonkers. I mean, that is like certified. You got to be kidding me. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared. And of course, Valfera, we shall greet you with your favorite character in all of the Wampoville universe. Looky there, Valfera. Yep, check him out. He's like, yeah? You think you want to type some stuff there? Be a shame if something was to happen to your chat message, wouldn't it? Wow. Puppet shows with the autocorrect monster there, Valfera. And also, we have our very first Trench Crusade bust right there. Very fabulous. Yeah, that's never going to get old, Valfera. Oh, I mean, yeah, obviously we've had we've had Gandalf come out for one or two puppet shows over the years. Yeah, that autocorrect monster. Oh, baby. Yeah, I think that would have been fair. Now, Landras, there's no pesky people over there at the casa that you need shouted out, do you? Or shouted down? I don't. I didn't see any messages there, Landrast, about so and so is here. How's about you put him in their place? I guess it's probably just M-Toys then. Let us go with a little bit of this on our Wargy rider here. Come on. He's nice. Yeah, let's do it a hands. No, he's got some kind of footwear on there, so don't have to do those. Ah, so M-Toys is he's standing you guys up there tonight. Yeah. Yep. Let's just roll. Let's keep on going with this here. I think Camden, I have one of just the Warwick. Now, of course, I have learned, actually, quite by accident. Well, first of all, Meshi basically stopped making images, or at least the free images. All I get is just like the red exclamation point. Even when I ask it a question, I'm like, "What day is today?" And it's just a big red exclamation point. So I'm like, "Okay, you don't work anymore." I found out by accident that I just clicked on the wrong thing, and I'm like, "Wait a minute." You can actually almost do the same thing you do in Meshi, but in Grok, and it's not going to cost me credits, and it almost technically does it better, especially since I can, well, try it as many times as I want. I also, somewhere around here, have the Gummy version of Prince Imrahil. I think, is he over here? No, he is elsewhere. Oh, there he is. Yeah, there's the Gummy version of Prince Imrahil. So, in theory, we could have him, Gimli, uh, Elrond. And again, I'll see if the redone Sauron can be done in time. I kind of doubt that could be done in time, but I think I want to try doing my BSG busts there. So Valfira, I was telling Camden that it's time now. It's time to start learning Blender. Not looking forward to that. I'll tell you right now. Not looking forward to that, but it's now that time. And I was fortunately again that person I was telling you about. Because he learned that it took him years to learn it. He said that it is much better now than it was years ago. Um, he also kind of recommended certain training vids or whatever you would want to call them. so that we don't have the same situation before where I spent months watching tutorials only to blow an entire month's worth of Meshi credits on garbage, right, Camda? That was no fun. That was a no bueno situation there. Hey there, Conrads. How you doing? So, Conrad, I hope that everything is going well. Wait a minute, here you go. Team Streak. Thank you so much, Conrad. Appreciate that. I hope that you are doing fabulous. So yeah, Conrads, I don't know if you saw, but I've been showing these are, I just printed these out last night, the Trench Crusade bust, and our autocorrect monster right here. Now that Trench Crusade bust, you have seen that character multiple times. In fact, wait a minute. Let me grab this here. There we go. You might recognize that. So right there, that is the character that you saw, and that's the one I made the bust of, because reasons. Here we go. Here we are. Now, Conrad's, what have you been kind of working now that the now that the new year is here? And actually, Conrad's, if you wanted to share something that you've been working on, you know the deal. You know the deal. You can share that if you want. Please feel like you can do that. Oh, you know what? We'll probably do the dusty stuff. I think. Where's Didn't we do that on Witch King? Yeah, we're gonna be putting our weathering powders on them just the same as we did on the Witch King there. So yes, what I expect from Blender is pain. That is the only thing that I expect from Blender, is that it will be extremely painful. What I'm hoping is that since I only want to do these very limited things, at least to start with, that might give me a little bit of a break there. Because all I'm looking to do is basically wipe the text off of that one thing. I don't even want to necessarily replace it with something else. I just want it to be open, just an open panel. At least to start with. Eventually, I'd like to know enough about that to be able to put some kind of simple text on there. So Mouth of Sauron will be pretty much ready to rock and roll here. Yeah, let's go over to Leggy after this. Let's go to Leggy, and then we'll get to our Warg Rydor. So Mouth of Sauron there. Well, whoops. A little something up there. So Leggy here. Let's start to mess around with that base. You know what? I got this other thing. Then I'm going to use that. So again, I think Miami saw that game and they're like, "You got to be kidding me," because you know, I think it's fair to say that MSU or Ole Miss, they don't have the same kind of defense Indiana does. That could be mighty interesting. Now, of course, it's a home game for the Canes. I mean, it literally is a home game. They're playing. That's pretty wild, right, Velfera? You're playing the national championship game in your home stadium. Maybe the Bulldogs, I think, have run into that situation where, and even that, the Mercedes-Benz or whatever the Atlanta Dome was before, those aren't actually their home stadiums. They have, I mean, the whole Between the Hedges, right? That's their actual home stadium. Nice to see you there, Artemichael. That's great there, Conrads. Actually, Conrad, I printed out. I don't just have the files. I actually printed out some. I almost said Warg Riders of Krieg, Conrads. I almost said that, but no. I've got some Krieg cavalry there. And we'll try to get those on the stream as well. Nice to see you there, Grand Oracle. Actually, Grand Oracle, if you've got a link to that, if you got a link to that Grand Oracle, that would be super. So Artemichael, that's well, I mean, it's after a while, it's just all you gotta do is roll the six, right, Artemichael? It doesn't matter if he's in 100 tackle zones. The six is a six. So Grand Oracle, I don't know if you had a chance to see. I've been showing off our two busts here, and actually, Grand Oracle, I sent you pictures of the other tests. Yes. I sent you test pictures of the test, whatever test busts. I don't think I'll be able to print out any more of those because I got flats that I got to print out. I've got other miniatures, so I don't think we're printing out any more test busts. At least not tonight. That does Artemichael, and of course Artemichael, like your high agility guy, like say your werewolf or something like that. Nothing. Or yeah, or whatever. I don't know what the players are now on the necromantic team. At least I think that's what you're playing, right? A necromantic team. Yep, we got a little bit of leggy. We're showing a little bit of leg here, Grand Oracle. We are showing some leg. Let me get that down into here. I don't even bother putting the Perline black out there. Just whatever's. I just use this. No big deal. Hey there, Ryan. Thanks. Appreciate that.
So say we all.
A little Romulan ale for Ryan. Thank you so much, Ryan. Appreciate that. So, Ryan, it's basically the same resin. Now, it's all Soraya Tech. It's all the Soraya Tech. It's all the water washable. Now, Artemichael, my favorite. Remember back in the day, I used to use the smoky gray. That doesn't exist anymore. They got rid of that. Then my favorite became the version 2 navy gray. That was my favorite, but they discontinued that also. So all that's left is the original gray version 2, and that's what you're looking at here, Ryan. It's the same resin that I use on the flats. So yeah, and of course those guys. Actually, Artemichael, I had an agility 5 Dark Elf thrower or something like that with pass and sure hands, and people are like, "Why do you have that?" And on a perfectly sunny day, I think you know what I'm going to say next. He rolled 5 straight ones trying to pick up the ball. And I ended up losing the game. It was a championship game that I lost because the 5 agility thrower with sure hands and also, uh, uh, the reroll there couldn't manage to pick up the stupid ball. So that's yeah. And that was in 2003. So the memory might have stayed with me for a little bit. So thanks, Ryan. Actually, Ryan, if you wanted to post some of your stuff there in the chat, again, Ryan, I think the buildings are looking fabulous. I think they're looking super fabulous. Actually, I got that crazy. Oh, what is this called? Camda. It's one of the. Oh, the olive green. Remember that? Yeah, the olive green. We got that out there now. Just using that now. That sounds about right, Erdemico. Yep, that sounds about right. Yeah, I'm going to chuck me a little bit of that on the skellies there. Wargo, yeah. Oh, alright, here, maybe this. So we're starting to use more of these semi-opaque glazy things right here. That's kind of a new trend, Grand Oracle, is these semi-opaque glazy things. And Grand Oracle, oh geez, I gotta remember to get one more set of 6 of these, and then I'll be set for Adepticon. Oh, by the way, what is it, noon Central Time, Sunday, the Adepticon web cart goes live. So if you're looking for whatever, tournaments, classes, swag, that's the same deal, right? As usual, Armored Wolf, the swag, everything is like first come, first serve. No problem, Ryan. Everybody check out that Insta link there that Ryan just shared. I think long gone are the days, Artemichael, where the timer was used. Well, we always use the 2 minute timer because, okay, there's what, 36 turns during a game. Even at 4 minutes, that's what the timer was sent for. That's still 3+ hours. And that does not include, or, well, 3+ hours if you include all the pregame stuff like checking rosters, telling people, okay, this guy, I got like a 12 agility tree man or something. All that kind of weird, wacky stuff, which is inevitably part of Blood Bowl. Thanks, Camja. I could use me some more of this. I might have got to bed at 10 o'clock this morning. I think so. Maybe it was more like 10:15. I was trying to get all those prints going. That was, woof, that was a long, long morning right there. Yeah, Arda Michael, that wouldn't be doing that in our league. Thanks, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Jeez, Arda, now was he using like the old GW figs or something like that? Thanks. Oh, Heckabus gets. Okay, but not time for that. It's time for this. There we go. I also don't do screens. I might have to change this, Camda. So instead of names, dates, times, and I only do words, I might have to add something to that. I might have to say I don't do screens or scenes either. So thanks, Grant. Now, did that get us to a full-on level 1 hype train there? Oh, 93% to a level 1 hype train. Okay, I thought we had to be pretty darn close. Would they? I guess they weren't even 3D printed because even like the 3D printed ones, it's pretty obvious. I think that's got to do it, right? That's got to do it, Grand Oracle. I do believe it is that time for Sound and Fury, signifying Hype Train. There it is, all aboard the Hype Train. Now I get to do this. There we go. We get to do our Hype Train at last. I really love the analog, toy train with the high-tech, Hype Train animation. That is just fantastic right there. And again, thank you so much for that. Here it's coming right at you one more time, that Hype Train. Again, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay. Well, let's get some of this in. There we go. So yeah, Grand Oracle, this has kind of become a bit of a thing now. I mean, they're not really opaque glazes necessarily, but again, semi-opaque because I'm using essentially like this is a Indian red, yeah, or Mars red. Think of it as Indian red / Mars red, which is not translucent. I mean, that's hyper opaque, is it not? That is pretty darn opaque. That might have gotten a little too dark. A little too dark there. How's about I'm gonna grab me some more of that greenish stuff there. Now back to more of this kind of Indian red. It's sitting out from the palette yesterday, so that why not chunk that out there? Use it to do that. Now, Arda Michael, I don't know if you had a chance to share some of your stuffs there in the chat. Sorry if I forgot to mention that before. Landris, I'm telling you, you have to print out a full-fledged Blood Bowl stadium, like with stands, multiple levels, a scoreboard. You might as well. Might as well just print that out, their Landrast. You know you want to. It would only take about 3 months to print. And you could see in the Army showcase, for the Army of the Dead, you see how neat it is to see large, gigantic pieces of terrain that take multiple weeks to print out. Look at how fabulous it looks on screen. Because I know that's super important to you. Fine. I'm going to grab me some of the Painsy Gray stuff there, because, I don't know, whatever. Don't care. Don't care. I just need something darker there. And something glazy. That's all. So Grant Oracle, the pictures of those busts, the one of the Cylon Centurion, I'm saving that for a tutorial video. So that's saved for a tutorial. So it's probably going to be, I don't think it'll be Adama. Probably 6 maybe. It depends if I can get at least just enough covered of the messed up text on the plinths of the colonial stuff. That'll be the big deciding factor. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Art and Michael just shared. Do that. Okay, alright, fine. We'll just pretty much exhaust what's left of our Mars black here. Because whatever. Give me some of that brown into there too. And remember, we're going to be doing like we did in all the other ones. Lots of flock and foliage and all that kind of stuff. So painting the base is not a super priority at all. And by the way, we're 37 minutes in. We will start to do some of the mid-tone stuff here. Oh no, we got a couple of more things to do on Legolas first. A little bit of Legolas stuff to do with the darker glazy stuff. More of that brown. Just getting that stuff in. There's my dinner there. Let's work it this away. The other thing I have to do is, again, I got to get back into Eldritch Foundry and start making some more of the. Speaking of busts, there's some Eldritch Foundry busts that I have to create. Almost. Okay, there was a big old chunk of that Payne's Gray on there. Let me get rid of that first, then do this. Alright, where you are, there you are. There's Legolas. Wait a minute, let me check this out here. Again, I'm going to need to grab my keyboard as well. So one sec here. Nope, that's not it. That's it. There you go. And also, again, here we've got our latest showcase video. Since I got the keyboard out, I'm going to do that. So that's the latest showcase video right there. Army of the Dead. And when you look at that and you see that City of the Dead, I want to see if I can't somehow, some way. Ooh, look at this. I'm actually going to use that green and Legolas's hair. So olive green, some of the Mars Yellow Deep. Ooh, this could be interesting. Yeah, look at that. I'm kind of liking that. That is not nothing. I will take that. So I would somehow like to be able to create like again, not even a 10mm version of that. Like a 5mm version, or even almost like BSG, like a 1/1000 scale or something, or actually more like our World War II stuff. Something real small that I could basically put on a plinth like this size. Just to print that out and just have fun with it. And then obviously maybe the Well, I don't think Printing Goes Everon has a version of the City of the Dead like one whole piece. I don't think there's such a thing. I can double check. I can look. All right, let me get this. That's our chromium oxide green. Now this is not a pinline wash. Look at that. See how those two are not? They're not crossing paths there. They are not crossing paths because that is neither of these things are pinline washes. Also, you have some. Well, we'll just call them some thicker colors in there too. So that is the other reason why you've got that going on. Let's see, Artemiko, it's 127 there. Well, given the fact that I got what was that again 10 something o'clock I got to sleep, I would recommend just painting Artemiko. Yeah, you can sleep a whole bunch, Artemiko, after you slip on the ice or something like that. You'll be sleeping a long time. So figure just like the heck with it. This way, I got my painting done. You can't paint when you're unconscious, right, Artemiko? Just might as well just paint now, sleep later. That's kind of the philosophy here, right, Artemiko? Yep, sleep later. And not sleep later as in sleep till noon. Let me get one more little hype train thing for Grand Oracle. Right there. There it is. All aboard that hype train. Or is it a hypno train? We still have not determined, is it a hypno train or not. Let me get this for his eyes is here. Since, yeah, that's set enough. You can see there's some of the glazy things have already gotten pretty nice and flat there, right? Because they're set. Other eye. Boy, this is like one last glorious week of football. So basically Thursday through Monday, we got ourselves football, and then on January 20th, the time of great darkness begins. The time of great darkness and sorrow, when the college football season is over. There will be wailing, there will be mourning all across the world. Thanks, Grand Oracle. Here's the thing, Grand Oracle. Of course, once all of our college football is over with, there won't be anything to have on the phone in the background. So guess what we're gonna have? How you doing there, Bogus? Nice to see ya. Welcome in, Bogus. Let me get rid of this. So again, we've got ourselves not one, not two, but three of our fabulous Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. Where's the... There he is. So we're thinking of doing something like what we did with the Witch King here. Now, Mount of Sauron has mostly just cloak, but except for his helmet there. Alright, so I think we'll still do some of this weathering on the helmet, and then we're also on his cloak, we're going to do the weathering powders. Because again, that sticks really well. Now, it could be fun to use those same weathering powders here, like on our helmet. Again, I was pleased with how this stuff came out. Oh, and we actually get to do some object source lighting, I think, because we're going to treat those as candles. Yes, we're going to treat those as teensy little tiny candles right there. So thanks for spotting that. That's going to be pretty darn helpful. Grand Oracle. I'm gonna go here. Let me get our. Well, we just mixed up violet and green, and here is. Ooh, I'm gonna take some of the Van Dyke brown. Now some of the umber and violet mixed over together. We got sort of a filbert type brush here. So Bogus, I made these myself. Actually, Bogus, if you check out the Instagram, you'll see a whole bunch of the other ones. And by a whole bunch, I mean, well, now we have almost, now I have, these, this will get me to 30. Once these three are done, it'll be 30 of them. So recently we did the King of the Dead here. There's our, there's our Gandalf. We have regular Galadriel. We also have Dark Queen Galadriel right there. We recently did, here we go, there's our Gollum right there. Speaking of our race, there's a regular race right there, and of course, this little duo just cracks me up every single time. Saruman and Grima, of course. See you in a bit, there, Camda. See you in a bit. We're only 45 minutes in, Camda, so we shall be here when you return. So have fun there, Camda. Actually, I hope that today was a little bit easier, Camda, than yesterday was. Yeah, sorry I didn't get a chance to really get too much info there post stream last night on the goings on. So yeah, Bogu's the idea ultimately is to have these available on to the folks on the Patreon page. Look, here's a actually, well, where's new Gandalf? What do you mean? You must mean Gandalf the White. He's like, actually, there is one of those. He actually painted one of those. Oh man, I'm really getting bummed out here. It's like I was the very first Gandalf. He's like, yeah, dude, this is like the end of the third age. You're like first age, Gandalf. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I didn't even get here till the third age. What's going on? Here's her other Gandalf on Shadowfax, of course. There he is. There's other Gandalf. He's like, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So how about you guys just like surrender right now? He's like, do you got any pipe weed? Seriously, dude, you just quit for pipe weed? It's like, wouldn't you? All right, that means we gotta have ourselves. We actually had a 6 last night on our big Gandalf 6. Well, that's half of a 6, but a solid roll there for Bogus. Thank you so much for their Bogus Mage. Appreciate that. Bogus, believe it or not, we have even more because last night we painted the first of our Battlestar Galactica themed flats. We have tons of Lord of the Rings themed flats. I mean, here's again, this is just a tiny, tiny sampling. Whoops, right side up is better. Just a tiny sampling of some of our flats. Where's our Galadriel one? We did Army of the Dead. We did actually Dark Queen Galadriel. We also did Eowyn. Let me see if I get, there we are. So here's our Eowyn flats right here. Painted up both of those on stream. Those were super fun. And well, we got many more. We got many, many more that we'll be working on. Oh, let's see. Here's this is another one of my tutorial videos on the Patreon page. There's Treebeard right there. Actually, that would make a very interesting bust. I would. I'm thinking about that Grand Oracle. I'm thinking about that maybe as a bust, because I don't think has anybody ever done a Treebeard bust. I don't think so. They might have done like his head, but actually, that as a Treebeard bust could be quite interesting. Very, very interesting. So Bogus, I'm probably. Oh, actually, I'm hoping to be painting up one of my Battlestar Galactica busts on the next stream, which would be well later today, because it is Saturday now. That would be later today. Oh, Bogus. Okay. No problem there, Bogus. Yeah, and of course we're using oil paints on these. Wasn't sure if you knew that. Yeah, that's what we do. All of our stuff here is all painted with oil, start to finish. No zenithal, no nothing. Just oil, start to finish. Now, of course, do I have anything that's got some primer? Oh yeah, I do. I do have one. So the primer. is the same as our Arwen flat here. So just this is Steino Res primer. That is the Ebony Flesh primer. So this is the Mouth of Sauron. Bogus. Oh, geez, I don't have the Mouth of Sauron miniatures. We've painted the Mouth of Sauron several times. Yeah, and check out the Instagram there, Bogus. Yeah, and actually, oh, here, check this out too. Check this out again. This is the latest showcase video. If you like Army of the Dead, that is for you, right there. Speaking of Army of the Dead, we did this the night. This was Halloween Eve that we painted this one right here. I forgot to put that in the showcase video. So Bogus, I only have these right now. Actually, well, we do paint Star Wars stuff. Yeah, we've done a whole bunch of Shatterpoint stuff, both on stream and in tutorial videos. So again, those will be on the YouTube channels and such. But no, not going to do any Star Wars ones. Actually, I also have Furbies. I have Lord of the Rings Furbies. Yes, indeed. It's that level of crazy. We got Lord of the Rings themed Furbies that we're working on. That's only because, again, my niece, who was of that age at that time, I think she had 3 of them. I don't think she had more than 3, but at Christmas she said, "Hey, check this out. You remember those Furbies? Look at this. There's a satanic circle of like 12 of them here." And I guess they've been remaking them. To me, it's kind of, I don't know how you quite do that, but still keep the nostalgia for the people that first got them. So Bogus, oh yeah, definitely. Actually, Bogus, we started posting on Cool Mini in 2003. Well, technically 2002. But I think 2003 when we first started to post on Cool Mini or not. We'll leave that alone. We'll leave that alone. I am going to get some of my Naples yellow for the Skelly friends here. And these have set just enough. Yeah, Armored Wolf. I'm going to need a whole bunch of these. Again, for some of, so here again, this is Kamul the Easterling, kind of going from the, well, here you go, from the original, non-corrupted version to the partially corrupted version. And I also have to try and work on the Shadow Lord figures. Yep, Shadow Lord figures. So that's why I don't think I'm going to have any more of the BSG test busts. At least not by tomorrow or the next day. We got to do these other ones first. Thanks, Bogus. Yeah, Bogus. Also, Bogus, you probably saw the blog back in the day, like with remember the Tomb King's army? I mean, let me a little stroll back in time here. You might recognize some of this here. So again, the Lizard Man army. Right, you might recognize some of that. That was all posted on Cool Mini or not, and also on the blog right there. Hundreds of posts on that on the blog, and then of course the Tomb King's army. Lots of that. Again, at least like 115 posts on the blog, somewhere around there. Obviously, I post to Insta, YouTube, all those other places. Don't really do the blog anymore. Yeah, here. And oh, geez, we've got these 2 little skellies, and then I think the Warg also has some skellies on him too, doesn't he? Yes, he does. Yes, he does. So yeah, bogus. Check out the Instagrams there for a whole bunch of pictures of stuff. Then the YouTube channels. That's where we've got a lot of our past sessions. That would be the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Oh, look at that. See that? See how it's picking up some of the paint that's already on there? So I got to go back. We got to refresh that brush. We do this again. We get about 3 brush strokes out of it before, again, see that starts to get transferred on there. Hey, Rottweiler, how you doing? Everybody please give Rottweiler1616 a follow. So great to see you there, Rott. And of course, Rottweiler, why don't you post some stuffs in the chat? Look at that, a little bit of Romulan ale for you right there. So bogus, I don't have any commands on the channel. Everything is under Wapelius. So just, yeah, if you go to Instagram, just look for Wapelius. You should be able to find it there. So thanks, Rottweiler. And of course, Rottweiler, why don't you please share some of your fabulous stuff in the chat there? Rottweiler, are there any pre-Adepticon tournaments that you're looking to do? Gosh, didn't you have a really big tournament like in January or February last year, Rottweiler? I swear you had like a really big tournament that you did, and it was before Adepticon. I don't know. I don't think it was an Adepticon primer. Everybody check out the Instagram link there by Rottweiler. And everybody please give Rottweiler a follow. Now, Rott, we're going to be streaming this week. But am I just imagining things there, Rottweiler, or didn't you have like a massive tournament? You were, oh gosh, it wasn't the Space Wolves, it was the Ultramarines, right? The Smurfs, and you were getting the Smurfs ready for that tournament. Again, maybe I'm completely and totally wrong. That would not be a surprise. That would not be a surprise to anybody if I got that all totally wrong. Because, reasons. Let's put you aside. Let us, because we got a Mount the Sauron. We got a little bit on our. Oh, actually, I can do this. Timeout. Chromium oxide green plus the other stuff we got going on here. Again, these are just those craft brushes here. Super inexpensive, crafty brushes. And now we're back to doing some dry brushy stuff because this paint has set. So it was 31st January and then February 7th. Now it's May. Oh, and then the Lorecast. Okay. Actually, if there's anything you wanted, actually, Rottweiler, if there's anything you wanted to post information-wise about the Runeforge paint challenge there. Now I know that's that no, that's still in progress, right? Well, the current year, that one's still in progress, right? No, wait, never mind. I was thinking of something else. Thinking of something else there, Rot. Yeah, so 21 days left. So actually, Rot, yeah, if you want to let inform folks about the Runeforge Paint Challenge, please go ahead and do that. Oh, let me try to go a little bit lighter. Let me, we'll use that. We'll use that. Radiant, or not radiant, radiant green. Let's get a little bit of our super light gray in there. And again, we're just doing this dry brushy stuff here. Then we gotta just kind of leave that alone. Gotta let that set for a while. Gotta let that set for a while. Now, start messing around with this here. So again, everybody please give Rottweiler a follow if you could. That'd be sensational. No. I want to get me, you know what? I'm going to do that. I'm actually going to get me a little bit of the Indian yellow into there. Nah, that is still a little bit too soggy right there to be fooling around with the glazy stuff on that part. No biggie, no big deal. Boy, Bogus, oof. I keep saying, Bogus, that this is a golden age of miniatures. I mean, if anything else, do I have the thing with the basing bits here? Yeah. I mean, if any other reason. So this is a Dark Sword figure. You could get these back in 2003. What you could not have is all this. All of these 3D printed basing bits right here. Yeah, none of that existed back in the day, right, Bogus? That would have been nice to have. I'm just saying. That would have been real nifty to have back in the day. No doubt about it. I'm going to put you over there. And of course, Bogus, if there's something you wanted to share, stuff you've been working on, whatevs, please go ahead and share that too. Wow, that got light quick. Holy smokes. Now there we go. See that? See, you can see that's kind of mixing right there. Now, geez, actually, Rottweiler. What is it? Noon Sunday, right? So Rottweiler. How difficult do you think it's going to be to get all the stuff that you want? I wasn't sure if you were, if there's the swag that you're looking for, or if you're just like, okay, there's your regular events and they don't necessarily kind of sell out right away, so you don't have to get too crazy about that. Hey, Bandar, how you doing? So Bandar, you're going to be seeing something a little bit more like this also, Bandar. Check this out. We are going to do, because we tested this out. We're actually, how we're going to start, Bandar, is doing just some quickie color charts right here. Just some quickie color charts like this, because for folks that are really new to the oils, Bandar, this was huge, because you kind of get an idea of how the oils kind of handle on a piece of paper before you're fooling around with the bust right there. So yeah, and also, oh, Bandar, check this out. We also tested this. Look at this. Here's how your paint's gonna come. This can hold 16 paints. It is airproof. I'm gonna cut you up some pallets, and you're taking these home with you. These are part of the, and they'll be filled with the paint. You'll be taking these home with you, along with the bust and everything else. Bogus. Guess what? You probably won't believe me when I say this, but only about maybe 10%, 15% tops of all the stuff that I do ever makes it to the Instagram. So you are seeing a tiny fraction, Bogus. I'm not kidding. You are literally seeing just a tiny amount of what's kind of been going on here over the last several years. That is just literally a tiny, tiny portion, which actually kind of scares me a little bit there, Bogus. I have to say it's a little shocking even to me when I realize I'll tell people oh yeah, it's on the Instagram. They're like, what Instagram? I haven't seen that. I'll be like, wow, that never made it to the Instagram. And then there's something else I'm thinking that's got to be on the Instagram. I'd say nope, it's not on the Instagram. Bogus. Between the miniatures, terrain, flats, busts, it's I would say easily thousands, easily in the thousands. And all the other thing too, Banda, we're going to be using the alkids, because these are way more. Well, a couple of things. First of all, these are way more forgiving for folks that are new. Second of all, these are way cheaper than regular oil paints, and better yet, these Paul Rubens, you can get these literally anywhere on the globe because these come from Amazon. These come from Amazon. If you wait for like the usual Black Friday sale, Amazon Prime days or something like that, you can get 38 of these bad boys for 63 bucks. Oh, and by the way, these are 50 mil tubes. Yeah, that's not nothing. That is not nothing. Because we tested again, Armored Wolf was kind enough with a few other folks to test out what we want to do in the class. And wouldn't you say, Armored Wolf, that doing the color charts first was massive? I know at least two people Now, obviously, for you, you've been exposed to the Necronomicon for so long that it wouldn't matter. You're just like, you could have been like literally unconscious and just said, "Here, just give me the stuff, I'll do it." But for the other two folks, it's a little different thing. So yeah, Bogu's again, all of the stuff again, like the terrain and such. Well, also these too. Yeah, let's not forget our ornaments, and again, also our 2D art, our 1/1800 scale stuff there. Again, terrain, more terrain. Also, our Battlefleet Gothic stuff, and of course, we're gonna be making busts of Jakar and Londo, and then of course also Delenn. So that we're going to be making some busts of those also because we don't do enough stuff here. So Bandar, we call them I think we just call them like the universal paint because you can literally get them anywhere. And we double checked it. Australia, Austria, and everywhere in between, you can get those things. And of course, like we always say here, the best ability is availability. If you can't get your hands on it, it is a worthless material. It could be the finest thing ever, but if you cannot get it, it means nothing to you. So that was another key thing. That was another key thing. And again, we'll just be doing our kind of darker primer method like we've been doing here on these guys. Now again, 1 hour 6 minutes ago, all three of these were just primer. There was nothing on there. There was no shading. There was no nothing. And again, there's also things like our flats. And this is super fun. This is going to be a tutorial on the Patreon page. Might recognize this character, right? We painted up this on stream. There's our first Trench Crusade bust that we made. Oh, and Bandar, the other thing too is I want to have, it's not just the bust, but I want people to have the STL file of the bust as well. Oh, and the other thing, Bandar, is that there's going to be actually, technically, there already is a tutorial. Where did that thing go? Here it is. It's going to be a little bit bigger than this, but this is the bust we're going to use because, again, it's very simple. It'll be easy to carry home, and it's mostly just kind of a simple kind of color type thing that we can play around with here. So it's going to be printed probably about maybe twice that size. But that will be the bust that we're going to use. It wasn't initially. There was something else I was thinking about doing, but I thought, you know what? That's nice and simple. It should be pretty elegantly simple for folks to work on. And the nice thing, Bandar, I believe the class is on Friday. Now, the way we tested this out, by the time you leave on Sunday, Bandar, that thing might be dry. That's also probably something that didn't happen at the Virgos class. Yeah, that the thing you were painting was dry like the next day or a day and a half later. That's the other reason why we wanted to use the alkyds there, is because even for beginners, it has the chance to potentially be dry by the next day. Let me get a little bit more of this here orangey stuff in there. Yeah, there we go. Little smidge of that. Nope, nope, nope. Too much of the yellow. Let's go back to this now. Come on. There we go. Back to a Filberty type brush. So yeah, Bandar, you're also going to be getting all of that stuff, the bust, the paints, the brushes. It's going to be in this, it's basically a 3D printed book. So you'll actually have a carrying case for all of it there, Bandar. And again, that's part of the class. I guess you gotta start printing those up. Gotta start printing those things up now, so that they're all ready to go by March. Let me do this. Let me do that. There. Keep going. Keep on going here. So the other thing I'd like to try and get is some of these. I'm going to see if I can't get some of these crafty brushes here so that folks could have this type of a, again, like a micro filbert brush right here. Rottweiler, interestingly enough, that's why I'm not in the Lord of the Rings tournament, right? Because I can't be doing the class and and do the Lord of the Rings tournament because it's 2 days. Your tournament is 2 days also, right, Rot? So yeah, Bogus or Bogus, sorry. Um, where's the? Oh, here it is. So this is the other YouTube channel right here. This is where all of the other. I think I already got 3 of the gummy bear painting sessions on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel there. Oh, that's fantastic that that works, Bandar. Very cool. Let me do this here. But yeah, the we tested this out, and let's put it this way: the one of the persons they were putting a fair amount of extra oil paint on there, and while it wasn't like dry, it was at least it could be handled to get back home, and that's the priority. There is to be able to get the stuff back home, right, Bandar? Rottweiler, there was one year. Now this is an Adepticon long ago. Yeah, this is long ago. But in one year, I did the 40K singles. I did the fantasy singles, and I did the fantasy doubles. And I think I still actually taught a class or two, Rot. I think I might have taught 2 classes. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. Inganes, why don't you do the thing? Do the thing. Post the Insta link there. So great to see you there, Inganes. And Inganes, of course, you might recognize this particular character. He's like, so you're thinking of doing some typing there, aren't you? That's a nice keyboard you got. Be a real shame if something was to happen to that. Everybody check out that Instagram link that, that Inganes just posted. Oh, geez. Well, you get to see the museum then, don't you, Bandar? Yeah, you get to see the museum. That's got to be really. Actually, Bandar, I might have 1 or 2 things in that museum, right, Armored Wolf? So, Bandar, all of those, like the Lizard Man army, the Tomb King's army, the, what is that? Dark Elder army, all that stuff is in, it's all in the museum. Yep, in Ganes, it exists. Also in Ganes, I printed out the first 4 Battlestar Galactica test busts, and oh, look at this. Looky there. That's not nothing. So Armored Wolf can confirm that there might be 1 or 2, I don't know, thousand. It seems like miniatures of mine at the Vercos vault there. It's very possible. See, now I can do that. That's fantastic, Bandar. So Bandar again, look for that. I think you saw the Lord of, or sorry, you saw the actually there's Lord of the Rings stuff there too. And here's that other army that I was talking about. Boy, it's gonna take me a while to scroll up there. Just give me a second. Give me a sec. Where the heck are they? They're around here somewhere. Oh, there they are. Yeah, so you'll see these guys there too. Yep. So you'll be seeing those. They should be there as well, in addition to, again, the Lizard Men, to the Tomb Kings. So, yep, they're sitting there somewheres. Never been there myself. So, I'm sure you'll be able to ask somebody there and say, hey, I want to see these things or whatever. And I'm sure they'll be able to show you where those are. Let me do this here. So we have Bandar. There's about an 8,000% chance that how we're doing stuff in that class at Adepticon will be diametrically opposed to probably everything you've seen by everybody else. I apologize in advance there, Bandar. Some might say that I have a sadistic desire to confuzzle people. I cannot confirm nor deny such desire. The fact that it happens is a mere coincidence. It's a pure coincidence that happens. Yeah, there might be one or two things there, Bandar. Might just be one or two things. You know what? Fine, I'm gonna roll this out here too. On a little tree here. Those guys. I'm gonna, yeah, no, I should wait. I should wait on that. Let's roll back over here to the dog pound. No, let's go over here to the Mount of Sauron. Let's do this. Yeah. Let's do this. Come on, give me some of this. Give me some of this. Here. Bingo. Yeah, it gives it a little bit more of a bluish tint. And again, this is a dry brush, and we are wet blending. Dry brush, wet blending. Doing it there. You can see a little bit of that darker stuff on there. So again, in the class that we're doing, first thing we're going to do is those color charts again, because what that's going to do is give you, especially if you never touched the oil paints before, it's going to give you a little bit of a look-see in how they kind of work as opposed to acrylics, because there ain't no layers. You see any layers on here? Hashtag no layers. Not with the oils. Actually, I didn't really do that with the acrylics either, so why is it a surprise? Yeah, there was no layering with the acrylics either. In fact, this was pretty much the approach with the acrylics. Just didn't have the bonus of like, oh, look at that. It's wet blending no matter how long I take. Let's see. So Bandar, I don't have the only water washable oils I've ever used. Actually, Bandar, I don't even. Are you on the Patreon page there, Bandar? Because I do have a series of tutorials using the water washable oils on there. Bogus, there will be some. There's going to be another little actually the Army of the Dead stuff. That's probably going to be my next Instagram post. Might be tomorrow or the next day, because again, here is the latest showcase video, which profiles. This is literally years. What the heck is going on? 1 second here. Let's try that again. So that some of those miniatures go back to like Army Painting Series 4. That was like, wait a minute. Some of these things do go back all the way to that Army Painting Series 4. So one of the very first Army Painting series, to kind of give you a little hint of what we're talking about, I'm currently about to finish Army Painting Series 48. That was 44 Army Painting series ago, and each series is 5 episodes apiece. So that is hundreds of episodes ago. Here we go. Now again, in the class at Adepticon, there won't be any Williamsburgs. There probably won't be any Gamlins. Well, neither one of those make alkyds, so neither one of those is going to be part of it. I'll tell you that right now. It's going to be the alkyds from Winsor Newton. I almost said artisan. That's the water washable stuff. So that is the scary thing, and that's why on the Patreon page you do that. What, the $15 Army Painter pledge? You might want to get some snacks because there's at least 2,600 hours, if not closer to 2,800 hours of videos there, because it's everything I've ever filmed since 2013. Yes, so that was a day when things like blogs and chat rooms. Remember chat rooms in the Cool Mini or Not there, Bogus? Yep. Cool Mini or Not chat rooms. It harkens back to those days. Well, I wish you all the luck there, Rot, and all the tournaments and stuff. Tournaments can be pretty darn exhausting, right, Rottweiler? Now, the one team tournament that I got to do, you have to go to the blog to see that, but that was the Civil War dwarves. Yes, uh, one army was Chaos dwarves, the other one was regular dwarves. We actually dressed the part, so we actually did. We had uniforms, and we also role played the characters. Actually, to the point where in our last game we switched sides. So basically, I teamed up with the player on the other side, and the other guy on the other side teamed up with Marty. So yeah, we all betrayed each other in that tournament, and that is on the blog. The old Civil War dwarves there. That was a very unique project because, well, unlike some of the other armies there, we did everything between the two of us. It wasn't like one person does the whole thing and the other guy just like moves the miniatures around. It's like, nope. Both of those armies were our own, and we both worked on the terrain board. So it truly was a 50-50 split, which we found out that basically nobody else really adhered to. Yeah, everybody else either bought their armies from somebody they commissioned, or one person painted the whole thing and the other guy didn't do anything. But that was that was the most fun set of armies I ever did. Was the Civil War dwarves. Just doing again our lighter dry brushy stuff on our Warg writer here. Bogus people do claim. They say the only reason you scratch sculpted those is because you wanted to paint a spacescape on something. I cannot confirm nor deny the veracity of that statement. It may or may not be true that both of those were scratch sculpted. Actually, those are at least one of those is at the vault, right, Armored Wolf? Yeah, at least one of those engines of the gods is there. I think maybe both of them are. Thanks for coming on, Band. Appreciate that. I know that the streams have been starting super late. Now, again, I'm hoping in especially this latter part of January and especially through February to possibly be starting earlier. Again, by earlier I mean more like 10:30 Central Time instead of the 11:45 Central Time, which it's been lately. So hoping for earlier starts. Whether that happens, we'll find out. The most likely earlier days would be, say, probably Saturday. That would be the most likely earlier day, and maybe Fridays too. Thursdays, nope, those are always going to be late, no matter what. That is always going to be a later start. There was one point where I was hoping to maybe get back to the say 6 or 5:30 or 6 o'clock starts on Saturday for the basically the Saturday challenge type thing. But with just me here, there is no way to get watch what's going on with packages arriving and foods and all the other kind of stuff. So I don't really see those taking place anytime soon. And again, I do believe the stream tomorrow night. I want to try and paint one of the Battlestar Galactica boss. It's going to either probably be 6 or a Dama. Like I was saying earlier, the Cylon Centurion, I'm saving that for a painting video for a TMM example. Grand Oracle, it's almost impossible to tell because they're not even the same size as each other because unfortunately the early batch basically I'm not able to make this type of style anymore. As you can see, to keep the Warg from being gigantic, you can see there's a little bit of a size difference between the Rider and Legolas there. Nice to see there's surface tension. Speaking of scale, hey, surface tension, you know what you got to show off? You got to show those 10 mil goblins there. Yeah, those were fantastic, their surface tension. So Grand Oracle, well, here you go. You can, they're just so, well, they're chibi, right? They're like sort of chibi, right? Uh, where's our Galadriel here and our Galadriel here? So it's kind of hard to define, right? It's a little bit tough to define. I mean, essentially it is the same character, but it's I don't even know if there really a scale to them. I'm not sure. Where is oh, we'll just roll with this. I think this should work okay for right now. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Go check that out. And of course, Surface Tension, I don't know if you saw the autocorrect monster does exist. So yeah, Grand Oracle, I don't know if you've ever heard of chibi stuff before. Now again, I wasn't specifically trying to make them chibis. It just happens that gummy bear heads are very large in proportion to their bodies, right? Right, Grand Oracle? Thank you so much, Bandar. Appreciate that. Thanks, Bandar. And of course, we have to bring up this because it's only appropriate. Thank you so much, Bandar. Appreciate that. Have a good night there, Rot. Rod, if you wanted to post your stuff one more time, and again, especially the stuff about the Runeforge painting competition there. So here you go, surface tension. There's the autocorrect monster. And then again, here's our first test, Trench Crusade bust right there. Thank you so much, surface tension. Appreciate that. So yeah, Grand Oracle. I basically, if you go back to, this was part of one of the Patreon vids. It was a while ago, but it was some kind of a board game, and the figures were chibi-ish. They weren't like real chibis, but they had the big heads, little bodies. Am I thinking not bobbleheads? What is that stuff? Funko Pop. Isn't that kind of another thing too, where that's very stylized? The heads are real big, the bodies are real small. I guess that's kind of like Funko Pop. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Grand Oracle posted. Some 10 mil wood elves from Forest Dragon. That's a really nice. They do neat stuff, right, Grand Oracle? I don't know. I think I've only ever had like maybe one or two of their minis to paint Grand Oracle. Surface tension. I was telling people earlier, it is now time. Uh, since part of it is I've kind of learned the other stuff, at least to be functional. Now it is time that I got to start learning Blender, surface tension. Grand Oracle and a few other folks have been kind enough to say, look here, let's not have the same disaster with these so-called meshy tutorials. You go look at these. Yeah, look at these. These will guide you a little bit better than some of the other stuff, we'll call it, that you might find on YouTube. We're going to get a little bit of this greenish stuff going on here. We don't want super 5 o'clock shadow for Leggy, but, I mean, if he's wearing all this green here, it's got to reflect somehow on his face. And it just has to. It's got to in some way, shape, or form. So see you later there, Rottweiler. Again, have a good night's sleep. So Bogus, I don't know. There's on the blog, Bogus. I just realized on the blog there's step-by-step things, Bogus. So you could see how they were sculpted. Green stuff, Sculpey, tin foil, whatchamacallit, epoxy sculpt. So yeah, several different things went into sculpting those, Bogus. Now is that does Blender actually offer those? Because I think that might have been what they were talking about. Is that Blender actually does have a series of tutorials? So maybe that's what they were referring to. I wouldn't be surprised if that might be what they were talking about there as far as Blender tutorials. Yep, surface tension. Because on the if you take a close-up look at the Battlestar Galactica bust, the ones that are the colonial ones, like Adama and Kara Thrace, there, you'll see that it completely mangled all the text. Yeah, because well, of course, right, right surface tension. Of course, it had to mangle the text. Yeah, where's our? Oh, here it is. So we did this one on stream too. So that was an Eowyn bust that we sculpted up there on stream. We also sculpted the Great Beast of Golgoroth. Oh gosh, some eagles. We sculpted some eagles. Oh, we did a whole bunch of actually this too. Where is he? We did a bunch of conversions. So that's a plastic rider of Rohan, chopped off the head, did a new cloak, did a banner, all that stuff. Oh, where the heck? Oh, here he is. Geez, let me see if I can actually get this thing without knocking everything over. 1 second here. This is going to be a delicate operation. This is another thing. Our beefy chiefy right there. We sculpted that on stream. That was super fun. So surface tension, there's stuff like that, and then again, just cleaning up stuff. Like again, that nameplate. All I want to do is literally just okay. Here, let me just like wipe out whatever's on that nameplate so that it just prints flat with nothing on it. I'm hoping that doing something like that in Blender will not be super difficult. Or, okay, like here, say with the hair, maybe we don't want that one little strand of hair because if you print it smaller, whatever. So maybe just be able to literally erase that. So yeah, surface tension also too. If there's any tutorial that you found that seems to be of use, the more the merrier, right, Grand Oracle? Because again, we got to learn this stuff as fast as possible. It's going to be many, many, many extra hours. But that's why there's hashtag no sleep in Wappleville, right, Armored Wolf? And again, once actually, I was not kidding. Surface tension last night about basically making my own 10 mm figures, right? Instead of trying to rescale stuff that's much bigger, that is not designed for 10 mil. So basically, again, I'll try with Eldritch Foundry. Uh, I don't know if that would work. But again, since they're heroic scale, I think that's like the simplest option is to just make myself some orcses in Eldritch Foundry. Let me get some light here on the bottom of his chinny chin there. Thanks, Surface Tension. Appreciate that. Oh, let's get his eyebrows here now. They can't be super dark. We're gonna try this here. Ironically enough, that's the olive green of all things that's going in there now. Something like that. Like we were talking about Surface Tension with the Flames of War figures, right, Grand Oracle? There's no tiny hands. No tiny hands, no tiny heads. They got to be upscaled to be able to work at 10 millimeter scale. Maybe I can go even lighter here with some of this there on the underside of the eyes. You know what? Let me do this first. Let me try to do a little bit of this. I'm gonna try. Yeah, I think that's set enough. I'm gonna at least get a little bit of this lighter stuff on Mount the Sauron's chompers here. Then we'll get on over to our Warg rider. Surface Tension. One of the crazy little advertisements that keeps popping up on YouTube for me is I think someone is using Tripo to create basically a painted miniature version of the Last Supper. I don't know if you've seen that, Surface Tension, but I believe it's an ad for Tripo. Now, of course, they're cleverly, now that I know what to look for, they're cleverly disguising some of the, shall we say, nastier parts of the process. Yeah, they're kind of disguising that. I could tell. I know enough now. It's like, they tried, they were clever. To the untrained eye, they were able to hide some sculpting disasters. But I saw that ad and I'm like, yep, that's what would actually happen. What you're seeing in that ad is the final result does not show the countless times they had stuff go wrong. So bogus every single time, every single miniature that I do, every piece of terrain, every flat that I paint, every time I touch paint and brush, I'm always trying something new and always learning something brand new. I mean, even this stream there, bogus, there will be new stuff learned one way or another because maybe there's a certain painting situation that calls for it. It's a little bit different. Got to do some kind of different strategy there. So every single time I touch the paint, touch the brushes, there is something new that gets learned. And I fully intend for that to be the case for as long as I'm painting whatever, whether it's miniatures, 2D art, doesn't matter. There will always be new things to learn. Now, again, we also live, again, in this kind of golden age where there's way more nifty stuff that you can use. So there's learning that too. But even if none of that was around, just the painting part of it alone. So let's put it this way, bogus. I don't paint anything like if you took 3 months ago or even last month. Yeah, if you took last month and this month, you'd be like, what the heck? That doesn't look anything like the way you were painting just like a month ago. And I would say exactly. I would hope that by this time next week, I'm not painting the same way that I am today. And so on and so forth. because I've seen, well, a whole bunch of folks that really liked miniature painting, and they were sort of good at it too. They came up with their method, and then they never changed from that, and they got so bored with it, they just stopped painting miniatures. I said, well, this is an awful lot like being at work every day, except not only do I not get paid, I have to pay to do it. So then they stopped painting miniatures, and that's the end of that. So it is very essential to keep trying new things all the time. Ooh, I'm going to try to do some of the, well, we'll do our regular blood effects on here with the Alkid stuff, but then we will add after the fact, because then we want to add the dirty down stuff to Gollum here to create that little some strands of water coming off of the fishy there. Yeah, we want to do that. Come on. There we go. Ooh. You know, I'll roll with this sort of semi-orangey stuff for the wargs. I almost forgot about those. Gee whiz. Almost forgot about them. I'll do a little something like that for our warg rider. Now, he got to get some chompers on him, too. Come on. Chompers for our warg rider there. So, yeah, bogus. I could tell you at least 4 different people who, again, they painted miniatures for years. Years and years, and eventually they gave up on it because they said, oh, jeez, this is the same stuff I've been doing all along. It just feels repetitive, like I'm just sitting there at work, and they give up on everything. No more painting, and that's kind of a bummer because again, some of them they knew what they were doing. They were good, but that did not matter, and that you don't really want something like that to happen. Because, of course, obviously, in addition to like all the miniatures and everything else, the games, there it is sort of a community with the painting stuff, and it also means you're kind of subtracting yourself from that community too, and don't want to be doing that. What we do want to be doing here, let me get some reddish browns in here on some of this stuff. Let's do that now. There we go. See, that's all mixing and blending and doing the good stuff. We like that. Yeah, that's very much the case, right? Surface tension. Well, surface tension. I'm sure you would say that how you're painting now is certainly not the same as how you painted 2 years or even a year ago. I'm sure there's been changes there as well. And again, it can be a little bit, maybe a little on the scary side to be trying new stuff. That is understandable. Because there is that unknown that is part of it. Oh, well, you know what? Yeah, that's armor, but I mean, this consider this like some preliminary rust on his the Warg's armor there. Didn't really think of him as having armor, but looks like he's going to have some. Oh, here, let me get some of that on here too. Again, just taking advantage of the oil, so yeah, just slapping stuff on there. So Bogus, we've got 1, 2, 3 minis. 1 hour, 44 minutes, and 36 seconds ago, there was Zippo. There was 0 paint on all of these guys. That's how we roll. We roll fast. We roll fast here. Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna get me this green. Maybe some of the Payne's gray in there. Come on, there we go. Little bit darker on the shadow side of that. A little darker now. Actually, where's Lurtz? Where is he? Where are you hiding, Lurtz? You're around here somewheres. Oh no, he might still be downstairs, maybe. Yeah, old Lurtz. Nope, there he is. There's Lurtz. There he is. There's Lurtz. Nah, so Bandit. Well, we, of course, like we say here all the time in Wampoville, think long, think wrong. Can't looking that way. There's our Warg writer here, Warg here. Yeah, let's darken down the nose. Let's darken that nose down. That makes more sense now. There we go. And of course, the other thing we do recommend with the oil paints is maybe it's you just do what we did in watercolor class. You get one color. Well, in this case, two colors. One light color, one dark color. One of those is named brown. The other one is named, I think it was probably, it was brilliant yellow pale. Yeah. It was brilliant yellow pale. A little bit of sort of rust on these now. We'll do more later. What about this? What about this is a lighter gray? It's like a greenish gray here for his muzzle. And again, all of these figures made up myself. The busts are Lord of the Rings gummy bears, the flats. And the idea is that those will be available to folks on the Patreon page. But part of it was just to try and save the folks on the Patreon page some money because, okay, if you want to be able to paint all the stuff that I'm doing, well, you would need to have like 13 different Patreons or 14 or whatever it is to be able to have access to all of those. If I'm making the files myself, well, now you don't have to also, in addition to mine, have like a bazillion other Patreons just to be able to get the miniatures that I'm doing, or buy them separately on my mini factory, which A is not always available, and B, well, that can be pricey sometimes. Getting individual files like that. Now you can see he's starting to look more wolfy-like there. So Bogus, I don't do any kind of printing service stuff or anything like that, because even with 3 printers that are working almost 24 hours a day, I can barely keep up with the stuff that I need for me and the tutorials and such. Now, of course, Bogus, if you have friends that print, you could always just get the files, and then you say, hey, look, can you do me a solid here and print these up? And you say, okay, here, fine. You can print some of these up for yourself, or I'll maybe paint one for you or something like that. Yeah, Banter, the ability to be able to do the blending and just chill out. Right? We say it all the time. Instead of like painting like your hands or your pants or your hair is on fire, any or all three at once, um, that would be quite the conflagration there. We don't want a conflagration, so you want to work with the oils and keep things nice and mellow. Yeah, there's a few folks, Bogus. I know that yeah, they don't have a 3D printer themselves, but they do know other folks that do, and they say, "Hey, look here, I'll get the files. Even if it's something really big, look, I'll buy you some a jug of resin or something like that. If you could just print them out for me, that would be great." So hopefully there's some folks that not too far away, and maybe you can arrange a little something like that. It's interesting. Just yeah, this who would have actually? Ooh, speaking of which, surface tension. This right here, this is beefy enough. This would work in 10 mil. Yeah, who knows? Maybe I should do all of the gummies in 10 mil. Grand Oracle. That might be the solution to them being too dainty. But as I look at this, I mean, there's still plenty. I mean, he definitely. Oh, here, let's get some. We need something for his tongue there. There you go. Again, I'm just gonna take the old alkyd resin medium there, and we'll do our usual little blood effects with that. And then again, after the fact, we will add some of our fabulous dirty down blood drips and such. Okay, let's do this side. Blammo. Now the key is also to Bandar, and it's hard to manage this in a class setting where everything is boom, super fast, super fast. You see that I've got these three different miniatures here, and I only go for so long on any one figure. And I say, okay, we set that aside. We're going to work on another thing here. That is incredibly valuable right there. That ability to just say, like, all right, we're going to set this thing aside for 15, 20, 30 minutes, whatevs. Work on something else. That actually does make a very, very, very big difference. Big old difference. Surface tension. What's interesting, and I don't know if I don't know if this is really something that you've been doing in your projects. And actually, GPT has admitted its guilt in this surface tension several times. You can only go so far, and then after a certain point, it starts drifting, and you basically can never get it back. So essentially, you got to do as much as you can in that one sort of session. And even then, it's only going to go so far. And after a while, you can never make what you were able to make originally again. Now, I'm going to try some other things to see if I can, for all intents and purposes, kind of pick up where one left off. We'll see if that works. I'm just going to go with dark on the eyes here, I think, for now. We might change that up. Thank you so much, Scarecrow. How you doing? Happy New Year there, Scarecrow. I hope that you are doing well, even though you've choose to enter our domain. So how you doing there, Scarecrow? Everybody please give Scarecrow a follow. So Scarecrow, if you want to share stuff in the chat, you know the drill. Like always, you want to share stuff, please go ahead. We are working on some more of our fabulous Lord of the Rings gummy bears. Almost, not quite 2 hours ago, we started painting these. They are pretty. We got Mouth of Sauron, we got Legolas, and we've got ourselves a Warg rider right here. This is hilarious. So we have Gandalf and Shadowfax, and then there's our Warg rider right there. We are going to be painting up the Mouth of Sauron a little bit like the Witch King there. So we're gonna kind of do some of that weathering type stuff on him. Thanks, Scarecrow. Again, we've got So many of these. We're actually up to 30 painted ones now. When these are done tonight, we'll be at 30. So we've done our Army of the Dead. We got our Gandalf there. Oh, actually, I have a Wapelius Spellbrush gummy bear now. Yes, there is a Wapelius Spellbrush gummy bear. That's another one that I printed. Here's again Dark Queen Galadriel, rates, all kinds of good stuff. We even have alerts there. And of course, if you want to share anything in the chat there, Scarecrow, please go ahead. So we've got Alex the Cave Troll here. We've got Sam Ganji. We've got, again, there's still more. We're still making more of them. Oh, I do have some of my, yeah. So here's from our army painting series. This is hilarious. So this is from our army painting series 48. And then here's our gummy bear version of our Warg Rider. That is super funny. Oh, thanks, Bogus. Appreciate that. Now, of course, we also have made some other fun stuff again, like our Galadriel bust here, and also our Eowyn sculpts that we've done. And well, actually, this was Monday's stream. So this was what, number 14 or 15? I think this was ship number 14 of our Battlestar Galactica collection right there. Let's see. Well, surface tension, all kidding aside, it's supposed to be something like 2,700 feet tall. Yeah, it's supposed to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,700 feet tall. I believe, or think is only 500. So yeah, I believe that's your size ratio there. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Scarecrow just shared, and we also welcome in Alpha. How you doing there, Alpha Star? Bonjour. Great to see you as always. And of course, happy Saturday, because it's Saturday now. And of course, obviously, the Lord of the Rings gummy bears came about as because Kathy started she started a gummy bear painting contest at ReaperCon back in 2018. They still actually do that painting contest. And on stream, we were talking about, okay, how could we make like gummy bears that we could, have a Lord of the Rings theme? Do we convert existing gummy bears? What do we do? And this was basically like 1.0, and I was trying to have people help me make these. I think this is the one that we actually had somebody sculpt. And then there was the Gimli one, and that was our very first Galadriel. You can see, and I do believe we have our newer there it is, yeah. Our newer Galadriel, obviously a little bit better than that 1.0 version there. Little more advanced. Celia, there's Scarecrow again. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Scarecrow shared, and also please give Scarecrow Exact a follow. So Celia, there's Scarecrow. Again, I hope the new year goes very, very well. I'm gonna get me a little bit of light back on some of his chompers here. On our Wolfie there, or Warg, however you want to see him. So great to see you again, Alpha Star. And again, I hope that you're doing real well. So Alpha, check these out. Printed these out just overnight. You might recognize the autocorrect monster. Yeah, there he is, autocorrect monster. And here's our very first Trench Crusade bust. And again, that is based on... So you've seen me paint this flat on stream. There's also, we use this character as freehand on a couple of our Trench Crusade minis. Well, now, and I also made a miniature of this. Yeah, there's an actual miniature of that too, in addition to the bust. Because, again, we're not working on enough stuff at once here, right? Surface tension, we need to do more. Clearly, we don't do enough stuff all at the same time. We need to enhance that. I mean, we're only trying to do the work of like 15 people here. Why not make it 20? Because that makes sense. What also makes sense is to get some chromium oxide green and some of that. Yeah. We needs a little. There we go. We lost a little bit of his nose there. I wonder, can I go lighter than this? Let me try. I don't want it to be too yellowish though. That's the thing. Uh, Trying to actually make this a little bit of a cooler because we got that more yellowish. I do words, right, Grand Oracle? I do words. All the other stuff, not so much. And how the words go, not always flawless. More of our lighter stuff around his. Yeah, there's maybe something over here on the side of his head. Yeah, this one too. Now let's get some lighter stuff over there. Now that starts to make a little more sense now. Do I try to go a little later? I will. I will try. Oh yeah, I definitely can go later. Yep, I'm gonna do that. It's very wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, is it not, surface tension? It's very wibbly wobbly, very timey wimey. Also, a little more of our, I don't know, bottom part of his ear. Come on. Get down in there. There we go. Is nice. Pull that over the top here. He's got quite the psychotic look on him, which our orkies should have. We should have quite the interesting look on their face. Now we'll take this stuff here. Back to the little bit of dry brushy stuff. The reason why this is working is because I haven't touched that in probably at least the last 15-ish, 20 minutes or so. If we just keep hammering away at the same area over and over again, that is not going to end well. That's going to end poorly, as they might say. We don't want that. Yeah, a little bit of lighter stuff on the armor there. And a little bit, so see here you can see there's not a whole lot of shiny stuff on him. You know what? While I'm thinking about it, before I forget, I will take one of these other brushes. Let me maybe use this one here. We've been talking about it. How's about we do that? This is one of the things we learned. Speaking of Trench Crusade, see all that shiny stuff right there? If we were to take our powders, much like we did with our Trench Crusade stuff, and stick them in here like this, as that oil paint cures, it will now fuse with said weathering powders. And those, we don't have to put any kind of sealer or any other stuff on there, because it's going to basically seal in with the oil paint. As the oil paint cures, so doeth, or doeseth, or doeth, or don'teth the powders. Yes, they are all set in there now. All right, good enough. That's all I wanted to do was just that. Because, again, as we say, we don't do names or dates. We certainly don't do times. But look, we do words. Yes, we do words here. All right, time for that rusty stuff we've been talking about. We will do a darker initial rust. Some of the little bit of our umbar and a little bit of our terra rosa. Now that right there going to be a little bit on the pin line washy side. Not everywhere, but enough to get the general point across.
Spock my gumdrop.
Thank you so much, Margaret. Appreciate that. Ah, so you do realize you're just gonna get your head chopped off if you try to talk to Aragorn. He's like, dude, what is he in a bad mood or something like that? Phew. He's been in a bad mood ever since he had to eat that stew that Eowyn made him. Yeah, kind of gave him a little bit of a stomach upset right there. Let's see what happens on our big Gandalf 6 for Margaret. Uh-oh. We mentioned pipeweed before. I think that's the curse of the pipeweed. Yes, whenever we mention pipeweed, that can happen right there. Hey there, Doji. How you doing? So see you later. There's surface tension. Obviously, we're only 2 hours in, so we should still be here when you get back. We should still be here when you get back. So bogus. That wasn't a commercial. That wasn't a commercial. That was one of our screens. Just like, again, we were talking about how this is a huge week of football, both on the college gridiron and in the pros. And of course, we are going to cover that all on the Wappeville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. Did we not report? Did we not report that Indiana might have a great deal of success against the Ducks? And boy, did they go duck hunting! Holy smokes! Yeah. Whoa, that was some roast duck right there. Again, from the opening play, the very first play of the game, it was pretty much a gone goose, as we might say here. So Doji, if you want to share some of your oil painted stuff in the chat there, please go ahead. Great to see you there, Doji. And Doji, I think I sent you the pictures of the BSG, the test bus there. I'm pretty sure I sent you those. If I forgot, my apologies. But I think I might have actually sent those to you. So bogus. Wow. They even now with the you saw that link to the Army Showcase thing there, bogus. I could basically completely changed my whole photography process around. I changed what I use. Well, I kind of had no choice because the camera broke. So there was going to be a change. Basically, the camera and the photo booth that I was using were used so much they basically just got worn out and they don't work anymore. So I have a whole new gigantic photo booth. I've got the again, if you check out the latest Instagram stuff there, bogus, and also the Army Showcase videos, you'll notice that I'm using that very highly reflective mirrored rotating thing, and I got a painted backdrop there. That is kind of the new that's the new photography right there for a variety of reasons. Again, part of it is I don't have a choice because the stuff I used to use is all literally broken. So it doesn't work anymore. So we had to find something new. I'm actually utilizing an iPad now. That was something, oh gosh, over a year ago we were testing that out. I was at a friend's house and we were testing it out on miniatures and a bunch of other things. And again, you can get those things like those rotating little carousel things, whether they're black, whether they're white, the mirrored, whatever. You can get those on Amazon. And actually, I have at least maybe three Patreon videos about photographing miniatures. Kind of how you can jerry rig some stuff, and maybe other things you can do if you want instead of just a generic backdrop. If you look at my Battlestar Galactica ships now, they're on a painted backdrop. No problem, Doji. Actually, yesterday Doji Twitch did some kind of weird twitchy thing where it just like for a half a second stopped the stream and then started again. It wasn't an internet thing because the internet was just fine. There was nothing wrong with that. So yeah, bogus. Check out the. You can see in the Instagrams there, like the last few posts. You can see there's a difference in a lot of the other posts, and that again, that's a new method that well, needs are as needs must. Sometimes you just gotta try something different because the old thing is either not available, it doesn't work anymore, or whatever. Now, it's not just for painting anymore, right, Bandar? It's not just painting, it's also photography. Sometimes you just got to change and roll with new stuff, even if you've been doing it the same way for a long, long time. So, bogus, I don't do the thumb palette anymore. There was one point where actually somebody even sent me. I was Nestor. He sent me some of the those rings, right? The little candy rings, because we thought we could actually like use the ring thing to stick on my thumb, and then literally have a little palette there. Yeah, the problem is that was like hobbit sized, and unfortunately I have Uruk-hai sized hands, so that didn't work. That was a failed experiment. Yeah, those were a little bit too small to work, and well, I don't really do that stuff anymore anyways, so it wasn't a big deal. Here, let's get this. Actually, this is the palette. The miniature is your palette. That is, you'll be hearing that a lot during the well, some of the tutorial videos. You'll certainly be hearing it in that class at Adepticon. Oh yeah, you're gonna be hearing that. Doji, that Salo green is almost like borderline Egyptian violet as far as say dioxazine violet goes. I don't know if you kind of think the same thing, but it kind of approaches that. There's like the Windsor, sorry, there's the Williamsburg phthalo green, and then there's everything else, which doesn't really come close. Now, of course, I'm pretty sure that that might be a Series 3. Do I even, is it even easy to get here? Hmm, not really able to get my hands on that too easily. I don't think that's the. Oh, it is. Oh, that's a Series 4. Yeah. So that's what you. That's why. Yeah, that's why, Doji. That's almost. It's not quite cobalt teal bluish, but boy, it's getting in the neighborhood, right? Yeah, that's what it is. Whatever it has a whole lot more than all the other phthalo greens. No doubt about it. And that's what makes it so potent, for sure. Well, as you can see over here, Bogus, there's not a whole lot of mixing going on, but here you saw with those dry brush things, right? Even here, we were literally mixing the powders and the paint together. Same deal here. You can tell we're not doing any layers, right? We went really strong with the lighter stuff straight away on our Orc and on the Warg. Again, just like we're going to be doing here. Okay, now with our Indian yellow, what we're hoping for is that this actually does blend here on the miniature instead of fooling around with, well, we don't want to paint palette miniatures. Yes, having painted hundreds of palette miniatures over the years, I would have preferred to just paint miniatures. Just imagine if all of those palette miniatures were actually miniatures. For as many miniatures as we've got, we would have that many more. So you can see that has transformed the hair a little bit. That was not a glaze, that was just a super translucent oil paint right there. That was not a glaze. And again, that's the approach with the oil paints. You pretty much just have to take all the acrylic stuff and you just sort of set that aside. I mean, acrylics, they have their own way of working with them, which is great. But you can't superimpose that on the oil paints. You gotta Gotta have a different mentality when it comes to the oil paints. So yeah, Bogus, it's very critical. Even here again, you can see that's not just slightly lighter, that is significantly lighter. That's why we can go over here and take what we just kind of call a blending brush here and do that. That's why we also don't need an airbrush or anything like that. Let's say if we want to maybe establish some texture, what can we use for it? Maybe we'll just use this guy here. We're going to take some of this. I'm going to take some of this. And then we're going to go like this. More. It was Tom Bombadil, I think we did this on his cloak, I believe. So all of that is blending with what is there. Very fabulous. Even drier here. So now we've also got our, so yeah, because all the cool kids put texture on all their cloaks. So there you go. Now we're like the cool kids. Where's Tom Bombadil? I'm pretty sure. Yep, we did the same thing there on his cloak. There's Tommy Boy right there. So yeah, that's again. Check out the stuff that Doji was posting there again on the Instagram. So Doji, oh god, was it the Eldfall Chronicle miniatures there, Doji, where you'd say that things kind of started to click with the oils? It might have been the batch of minis right before that, but I kind of think it was the Eldfall Chronicles where this, and of course there was your, I almost said taquitos, because I'm thinking I'm hungry. Um, the oh gosh, what was it? It begins with a T. It was basically sort of like a Blood Bowl type thing. Yeah, everybody check out that Insta link there that Doji just shared. Not Takinar. What were those minis? Sorry, I can't remember there. Begin with a T though, I think. Pretty sure it did. Let me get some more of my light here again for Legolas. Some of those laces there. Some of the trim there on the jerkin. Yeah, that Elfo Chronicle stuff, that was really, I think that was where you really kind of said, oh, wait a minute, I think I'm onto something here. Ooh, lighter on the fletching, gee whiz. I've been waiting to do this literally since we were doing our initial dry brush stuff. Okay, we'll get to it. We'll remember eventually. What are we? 2 hours, 18 minutes in. 2 hours, 18 minutes ago, there was no paint on these. There was no zenithal. There was no nothing. All of this. 2 hours, 18 minutes, and of course, 14 seconds ago. Where is Smout O Sauron here? Take this, and we'll go smidge lighter on some of these surfaces here. Takuri, that's it. Sorry. It was driving me nuts. I couldn't remember what the heck it was. Takuri, yes. And as Doji was talking about there, that less is more and more is way too much, right? Doji is a critical thing. Because, well, even with the alkyds, if you pile these things on with a steam shovel, it's still not going to necessarily go the way you would want it to. And that is the most likely scenario when people that are obviously used to the acrylics never use the oils. Use the oils initially. It's like, let's get one of those dump trucks that has the 3-story tall cabs and the tires that are 20 feet high, and let's just dump a bunch of paint on that miniature. And that's almost inevitable that happens. So Bandar, we have kind of a fun little saying. Well, it kind of goes with that whole less is more and more is way too much. It's like if you feel you have almost no paint on the brush, take more off. And then you say, look, I literally have no paint on the brush. It's like, take more off. And you're like, I have negative paint on the brush. It's like, nope, take some more off of that brush. Obviously, that's a wee bit on the facetious side right there, but it kind of emphasizes the point rather forcefully that you want to have as little paint as possible sitting on that brush. So there we go. See, we kind of accentuated a few little things there on the helmet. Oh, that'd be fantastic, Doji. That will be fantastic. Geez, Doji, I forgot to ask if you had a bakery run achievement. I will be. I did manage to scramble over to the store long enough to get ingredients for another dump cake, Doji. Gosh, I haven't made one of those in weeks. So yes, we're making our own bakery run tonight, Doji. Landress, wouldn't you say well, gee whiz, that second batch of, was it 6 or 7 Landress took a fraction of the time to paint. And, well, you kind of went minimal with the paint on all of your Bretonians, right? Yeah, I can't remember if it was 6 or 7 in your second batch of figs that you did. Sorry about that. Geez, I never did get his lighter, I don't know, upper side of his eyebrow there. Yeah, Landress, even here, right? You know, if you were to look back at some of the older videos, and may like say 3, 4, 5 years ago, you'd almost say like, "Wow, that is a gargantuan amount of paint in comparison to what we're using now." So yeah, Bandar, that's kind of that's constantly again less and less and less paint constantly. You were doing a whole lot of the Sky Earth stuff, right, Landrast? A lot of the Sky Earth stuff on them. And I guess some of them, well, like you were saying, they didn't require anywhere near as much as some of the other ones did. You know, I'm going to try to get me a little smidge of this on his fur. Now, let me see what we can do here. Do we go dark? I'm going to go lighter here. So, we'll take this, and once again, you will see that that is not some gentle progression right there. That is forceful. That is very forceful. We're going to take our little micro blendy brush here, and we're going to do this because again, hashtag no layers. There you go. Where's our one? Oh, here's our little example right here. This is a fun one. So for this here, we just put some of the turquoise down here. We put magenta there, and then we took a third brush with no paint on it. We mixed them together in less than 30 seconds. And then we put some lighter stuff on there. So again, this whole thing was done in that same way. That's how you get basically a green and a magenta essentially mixed together. We didn't mix anything on the palette. None of those colors were mixed on the palette. They were all mixed on the miniature itself. Because again, hashtag no layers in Waffleville. Everybody check out that Discord link that Landras just shared. So thanks for sharing that, Landras. Again, some Blood Bowl Bretonians, right? Yeah, definitely Bretonians there. Bandar, it's one of the things I also hope when people are doing the those color charts there, I'm hoping that is another way that they can kind of again get a way to be playing around with the oil paint without again having to be touching a miniature. And then of course, makeup sponges. Let's say you do get too much paint on the miniature. You say, "Oh man, now I'm done for." You say, no, actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this makeup sponge and I'm going to wipe off all the excess paint. And then I'll just go right back to it. You're not doing that with acrylics. You're not wiping off anything. Okay, like right there. So that's not supposed to be there. Oh, yeah. Well, now it's not there anymore. See you later, Doji. Appreciate you being here, of course. Well, we'll see you on Tuesday. Yeah, we'll see you on Tuesday there, Doji. We will be doing. Oh, no, I'll see you tomorrow on Sunday. Never mind. Again, Doji, I think we're going to do the first of the Battlestar Galactica busts because I want it to be Battlestar Galactica week. There's no reason for that. It's just like I'm just trying to entertain myself. Like, yeah, there's no particular holiday or whatever. I guess it can always be Battlestar Galactica Day here, right, Landrast? Yes, indeed. So everybody, be like Doji. Be like Doji. Go look at that Discord. That is a Discord link. Yeah, Discord link that Landrast just shared. Come on, there we go. So his snoot there definitely looking like what we wanted. Now let's see what his snoot up here. Lighter, you know what? Here, let me grab. There you are. You've been hiding on me this whole time over here. Just found you. So see you later, Doji. I found you. Let's see if I can get. Nah, that's too much of a big old chunk of paint. We're gonna get rid of some of that. That's it. That is it. Touch lighter right there and there. Good enough. Back to something a little bit thinner here. I'm going to try to really square up the eyes here. You know, I'm just going to go this way. I think it is easier to do this. Taking our yellowish green. Let me try this here. Now, of course, Bandit, with the alkyd stuff, you will also have to kind of be aware. It will start drying on your paint. Oh, bogus! That is fantastic because again, there's folks that well, they might have those very same questions, but maybe okay, they can't actually type anything. They can't type their questions into the chat there. So this way, maybe they're getting some questions that they might have answered that again they wouldn't actually be able to necessarily ask themselves. So that is super helpful. Let me do this here. Also here. A little bit of some of that bluish stuff on the metal there. You know, I'm going to try me some of that right there. And of course, also, too, we like to weather our weathering. Yes, because rust and all that stuff actually does get chipped away, which is crazy to think, but it sort of happens. It sort of happens. Let me try to... I was also wondering, too, do we have the white hand of Sauron on these guys? We don't have to decide that now. We can wait. And we mention this all the time in the tutorial videos. Okay, let's say you're doing something for a contest or something like that. Okay, here, let's take, where is she hiding? She's, oh, there it is. Okay, so something like this here. This was a tutorial series. If you can get to all of the basic stuff, right, get all of the essentials down in just a couple of hours, let's say you want to spend 30 hours painting something like that for a contest. If you spend 27 of those hours doing base coats, well, you're not going to have a lot of time for anything else. If you spend 2 to 4 hours doing that same kind of stuff, and now you got yourself somewhere between 24 to 30 some odd hours of messing around with freehand and all that kind of good detail stuff, well, that's going to give you a little better chance, I would say, than if you spent hours and hours really struggling to do what's not really going to have much impact. Hey there, Chiron, how you doing? Nice to see you. So Bogus living here south side of Chicago. South side Chicago. So great to see you again, Chiron. Again, that was our one of our Resin Beast entries at Adepticon last year. That is there's a whole painting series on that. I think it's a 3-part arc, and it talks about how we developed the freehand on that. I wonder, do I have the? I might just have them here. Nah, nope, I don't have them here. Well, maybe I do. Maybe this is it here. Nope, not there. I do have these. So recognize the. Here we go. See, recognize this carrier. Look at that. So that was part of one of our vehicles workshop series right there. So that one that you saw, the Guinevere, that is a Loot Studios figure. Loot Studios. Love Loot Studios because there's also a bust of that very same character. There's a miniature of that character. There's the 72 mil, and then there's a bust. And their supports are really good. And the other thing they do is they are really, really, really good at hollowing stuff. Because there's things that even what was Archvillain was another one. Because whenever you see something that is not hollowed out, it's because they tested it and they said, look, the interior geometry of this thing does not work for hollowing this out. So, Margaret, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Actually, Margaret, if you do you have any painted? Oh, actually, Margaret, if you have any painted Loot Studios stuff that you would want to show off, please go ahead. And again, Bander, if you have some stuff you want to share in the chat, same thing. Please go ahead, share that. So thank you so much, Margaret. Actually, Kathy, oh gosh, I think she spent something like 900 almost days learning her Dutch. What was that? Duolingo? Is that what that's called? I think that's what she was using. I think that's the one. Maybe there was a different one. It's now been a couple of years. Hey there, Bacon Hagen. How you doing? So, check out, again, this is something that's kind of been true since 2013. Now, I wonder, do I have some of the undestroyed ones here somewhere? Let me see if I do have some that are undestroyed. I wonder, ooh, is this a batch of them here? No. Oh, there they are. There they are. Yeah. We've been using these things almost since the dawn of time. Was there 12 of them? Now, this is, I was surprised it was only $2.99. Normally it's like $5 or $6 or something. But you can kind of see that they take a little bit of damage there, right? Well, sometimes they take a whole lot of damage. Look at this right here. So we've got a lot of features on this brush. We have texture paste here. We got tile grout over there. We got green stuff and glue down on the edge over here. We have extra oil paint. There's again some more green stuff over there. We also have the bristles cut off because this is one of our stippling / spatter brushes right here. Yes, it did begin life like this. That is how it began life. Nice to see you there, Team Mist. So now the thing is, these brushes, they've kind of changed colors of the handles over time. But again, you can kind of see how a brush goes from this to this to this. Well, what that does is it saves things like our liner brushes. which this brush, I mean, okay, expensive is $5. This is like the most expensive brush I got right here. Now, of course, these brushes right here, they are willing to sacrifice themselves to save our other brushes, which, and of course, they can even be turned into filbert brushes too, which is why they are referred to as the one true brush. Yes. Again, they've been green handle, red handle, blue handle, gray handle, but they're all basically the same type of brush. So great to see you there, Team Mist, and thank you so much for being here. So again, the autocorrect monster, should you have your post unjustly modified, look, you can see he's lurking in the shadows in the dark, creepy places. If you expose him to the light of day, of course, he can no longer terrorize, or you just take revenge on him, whichever. Now, of course, we have since turned him into I literally turned him into this just yesterday. So we'll be painting him on stream, of course, because, autocorrect monster and all. Nice to see you there, Crackdoor. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday to you. And of course, one of our innovations, some might say that would be, shall we say, being cheap or something like that. We just say frugality here. But yes, tile grout is vastly superior to texture paste. Not only do you have the, shall we say, a significant price difference, it actually works a lot better. It also does not dry out on you because you're buying a giant container of tile grout. It also contains its own texture already. If you mix it with, uh, say, a nice wood glue or something like that, it has great adhesion. And then it also it's a structural type of thing, which is really handy when we're doing things like our bulletin board cork bases. So, Crack Doer, how are you? Great to see you. And again, thanks everybody for joining. Now, our next stream is going to be something very, very, very different. Well, I mean, it couldn't. Our streams this week couldn't be more different. So again, last night we were painting up our very first uh, Battlestar Galactica themed flat. On Monday, we were painting this, yet another one of our Battlestar Galactica ships, right there. And then, well, again, our next stream, we're going to be painting a Battlestar Galactica themed bust. So Landrast, probably not going to be a miniature. We're just going to keep it as a bust. Because the whole main feature of it, right, is that it's got the keyboard and everything going on. So that's most likely going to just remain a bust. There we are, more of that. So Bander, yeah, now this is the essentially the pre-mixed stuff, so it is, you don't have to add water to it. I'm sure that same thing would work with powdered tile grout. Let's welcome in Jinxed Art, who dares to enter our domain. How you doing there, Jinxed? Great to see you. Nice to see you there, Studio Boneless. Welcome back. Hopefully you're having yourself a fabulous new year there, Boneless. So, looky here. Well, we got Skellies. Oh, yeah, look at here. We got Skellies. Guess who else has Skellies? Jinxed has lots of Skellies. Jinx, why don't you share some of those fabulous Skellies in the chat, if you don't mind? We are working on our fabulous Lord of the Rings gummy bears, of which there are many, many of them. We got the King of the Dead. We've got the Witch King. We've got, oh, looky here. We got Dark Queen Galadriel and Gollum. We've got ourselves a couple of Gandalfs. Looky here. We've got Gandalf the Grey and Gandalf the White. So how you doing there, Jinx? Again, everybody please give Jinx a follow. And of course, Jinx, why don't you post some stuff there? So see you later, Bogus. Again, we'll be doing this again, well, Saturday. And now the BSG bus we're talking about, they're about the same size as this Trench Crusade one that I just made. So again, everybody please give Jinx Art a follow if you could. That would be super fabulous. So Jinx, here we were just showing off our Battlestar Galactica flat that we did last night. That was super fun on stream. And let's see, where's the... Well, in addition again to the gummy bears, we've also been, well, been working on bus. Now this one I made, the idea was, it was kind of a test. So if we have a fully integrated plinth like this, can we print it out really big in FDM? And the answer is, oh yeah. Look at that, it's like twice the size. So this is printed out in FDM right here, again, because we got this uh, nice solid plinth right there. Nice to see you there, Tiny Big Wars. Welcome back. I hope that, again, Christmas was good for everybody. Hope that Christmas was fabulous. And again, Jinx, why don't you share some fabulous stuff in the chat? I know there's a couple of things that you're working towards there, Jinx. You were telling us that in the last raid there. Hopefully you've made some progress on those. Ah, that's fabulous. And again, Jinx, if you want to post anything in the chat, you got work in progresses or whatever's there, and you want to share those, please go ahead and do that. And again, everybody please give Jinx Art a follow. Jinx does some really fabulous 2D art, miniatures, busts, all kinds of nifty stuff, and skellies. And skellies. Let me see here. Now, I believe after these three, we're going to have 30. Yes, indeed, we're going to have 30 of these bad boys here. All different designs, all different characters. There's still more to do. There's still, what, 2 more hobbits, Gimli, Sauron himself, Elrond, we haven't painted him yet. There are still more characters yet to go. Ah, that's fantastic, Tiny Big Wars. Actually, Tiny Big Wars, if you want to share something in the chat there, why don't you do that? Why don't you do that too? So hopefully, again, everybody had themselves a great Christmas. Uh, we we certainly also were painting our ornaments here. Where's some of our? Here we go. This is just a couple of them here, just a handful. These were the very first ones. We did a Corsair Christmas, again bringing joy to all the little girls and boys of Umbar, not so much everybody else. We had the Christmas Tree Nebula. We had the Shire, and of course our New Year's Eve stream. We celebrated the New Year all across, literally all across the world there. Studio, gosh, we've been doing those, I think, 5 years now, right, Studio? Now, of course, as you've heard, the downside is I got like 3 of them. We painted dozens and dozens of them. I don't have that many sitting around here. I do have some more of the planet ones now. Because we did emphasize making the planet busts there over the last couple of weeks of the holidays. So Alpha, once I have all of the test prints done, because these are literally just test prints. Yeah, these have only ever been printed one time, and well, I keep learning how we need to approach making the files. And once those are all tested and we know we got some good stuff, the idea is that they will be made available to the folks on the Patreon page via like a Dropbox folder, something like that. But yeah, all of these things, they are so new that I still need to keep making test prints, because with these gummy bears, some of them work really well, and then like the Sauron, I've done 4 test prints on him. Yeah, I've done at least 4 test prints on Sauron, and because of the way I saved the file, not anything else, it's just because of how I saved the stupid file, his cloak disintegrates every time I print it out. I have since saved it in a different size, and I'm hoping that that will solve that problem. Yeah, because otherwise people would have been trying to print him out like, why doesn't his cloak print? And I would have no idea. And that's why again we're trying to make sure all of these files are rock solid. Well, as solid as they can be. They are, but they are just Lord of the Rings gummy bears after all. They're not going to have tremendous detail because, well, again, gummy bears and all. They were meant to again be. Wasn't initially intending to do like 50 of them. It was just kind of supposed to be a few kind of core characters, and again, it was supposed to be a little tribute for Kathy. It morphed. Yeah. Yes, they were all of them deceived because all of a sudden there were many more gummy bears. So yes, and same thing with all the flats. We have a whole entirely different way of approaching the flats now than we did before. I wonder if I can find, let me see here, if I can find the regular Aragorn one that's around here somewhere. Too hard to find him. But the original, ooh, maybe he's here. Yeah, there he is. So these were made using two different softwares. This was made using MakerWorld, and you can see that's more of a true bas relief than this one is, because this one has the primer on it, which kind of shows more. So yeah, this is much more of a flat, and this one has a little more bas relief to it. Well, which one is the one that we're going to be putting out there as a file for folks? Eventually, I'd like it to be both, so people got an option. Oh, no problem there, Alpha. No problem. But yeah, we want to kind of have both options open for folks. Also, too, I have no interest in fooling around with My Mini Factory or Cults 3D or anything like that, because that, well, that would be a whole nother business unto itself. So we say, yep, we'll just, we'll make them part of the Patreon page, because again, the idea is to save people some money. Because otherwise, if I'm using busts and figures and stuff from 20 different Patreons, which I kind of am, and you want to paint along, you say, oh my goodness, do I have to become a member of all of those tribes and all of those patrons too? This way, like say our Eowyn bust here, well, this is another one. I'm doing this in Eldritch Foundry. These will be made available to the folks on the Patreon page. That's probably going to be the first stuff because, well, I know those work. Because I've printed out those multiple times, and yeah, those work pretty well. So that would be kind of the first stuff that would be made available to the patrons. Going a little bit lighter here with, again, this is our typical skin tone here. And yeah, you saw we didn't go, there was no layer there, right? We went strong. We will take, again, this we're going to use as a micro blending brush here. You can see it got that weird hard edge there. Not anymore. All gone. Over here, same deal. Taking that. Fade it. I think this is the one we want here. Yeah, we're going to use the same alkyd medium stuff to create some blood effects there on our wargs. Chompers, because that was super fun. You know what? I'm going to put some of that on the... Yeah, let's do that there too. Now, let me try some eyebrows for our orky here. Because that'll make him look a little bit more fierce and such. So, our warg got his eyes down. Now we're going to have our warg rider here. There we go. Bandar, ironically enough, well, think about the large scale and all the busts. Initially, oh man, what were some of the well, scale 75, Chimera. I mean, they make really neat, Pegaso. They make really fantastic busts. The problem is, like you say, right? The problem is you gotta wait for them to get there. You gotta hope they get there in relatively good shape, and they are very, very pricey. Actually, here, let's do a little something for Baconhagen. Let's do a little mini hide train there for Baconhagen. There you go. Because we can do that now. We couldn't do that before, but we can do that now. Let me try. There we are. I'm going to a little bit more of that. Some more of the dark around his eyes there. You know what? Maybe a little something over here. And again, Jinx, if you want to share some stuff in the chat there, I know you got all kinds of really nifty stuff that you have been working on. Please go ahead and share that. Get rid of some of that extra bit of light there. A little more reinforcement of some edges on these things. Again, they are gummy bears, so it's going to be interesting, okay, what is that? Is that a belt? Is that an ear? What is some of that stuff? There's actually a little bit of fur underneath there. So yeah, Bandura, again, all this stuff is super, super, super new. All these capabilities that we're talking about, as of early December, I had no ability to make these or these busts or those miniatures. I had no ability to make any of that stuff. We had been working towards it and studying and studying and studying, but to be able to make the busts, or sorry, the flats like this, I accidentally discovered this opening up my bamboo slicer like 10 days ago. Not even, like 8 days ago or something like that. So that's how recent some of this stuff is. Yeah, this technology has not been around for decades or years or even weeks. Some of it's only been here for a matter of days, which is a little scary when we ponder the fact that some of this stuff, again, I've only had the ability to do it just in a matter of days ago. I wish that I had the ability to do this stuff years ago, but that didn't exist either. Minor detail there. Where's our, there's Legolas. Here, let's get back to Leggy. Yeah, he's had a chance to set now. Let's do some other, grab some of this. Also, yeah, let's just use the, I almost said brilliant yellow pale. That is our, not naphtha yellow. That is Naples yellow. We do use naphtha red a lot. And actually, you mix the Naples yellow and the naphtha red, you'll have yourself kind of an interesting rosy skin tone there. A lighter rosy skin tone. So you can see here, right? That is significantly lighter than what was there. Now you can see there's darker paint on the end of that brush. Why? Because as we do this, it starts to mix with everything that's sitting on there already. And again, that is the ultimate goal of what we're doing here, is to have all this stuff mixed together. Like here, again, that was a little bit of on the rougher side. Not anymore. See that? See how that has changed. Let me go back to my radiant green. There we go. So yeah, those Paul Rubens alkyds, those were only discovered less than a year ago. Maybe, I want to say like 11 and a half months ago. That is like the longest period of time that we might have had those things. Bandar, guess who I'm gonna? That is one of the main people I want to get the flats in her hands. Again, Bandar, she would already have them if I had a chance to test them out more. But ultimately, yeah, I wanna have Penny get tons of the files so that Penny can mess around with those. So hopefully you will be seeing those out west, and maybe some of the classes there. Again, I wish that I could just, here's a bunch of files. It says, nope, I've got to make sure that they're actually usable first. So you can see it's just now a whole lot lighter. Now we've got this over here. What brush are we going to use? Maybe I'll just use this guy right here. So you can see that's kind of this weird line here. Well, look at that. That was a crazy little hard line. It is completely gone. We basically dragged some of this down into here. Blammo, instant shading right there. Instant shading. We like that. We like the instant shading. Is this the one on me? Yep, that is the right one. Oh, look at this. We're almost at hour 3, which means I can break this out now. Yay for me, because I kind of need some of this here. Get that out there. Well, that's great there, Bandar. That is sensational. Now, I was asking Armored Wolf, I'm like, okay, so of our different themes, Lord of the Rings, Japanese, Arthurian, or Battlestar Galactica now, which is the theme that Penny would like the most? Yeah, they're very different. The Arthurian ones are very different from the Lord of the Rings ones. The Japanese ones are very different from both of those. They're really different. Hey there, come to me, Legends. How you doing? Great to see you there, Legends. Happy New Year. Hopefully Christmas was great too there, Legends. So merry belated Christmas. Glad that you're doing good. Yeah, you thought that was the lightest yellow on us here. No, look at how much lighter we can go there. So great to see you. I'm glad the Christmas was good also. So Legends, what kind of stuff will you be? I don't know. Do you have mega projects planned for 2026, or kind of maybe some series of smaller projects? Actually, Bander, I might have seen. She might have posted that to Facebook. I think she posted that to Facebook, Bandar. I'm pretty sure that she did. And again, we've got all different types of themes. We've got our Oriental type theme there. And of course, we have our Arthurian type themes. That's fantastic there, Legends. Uh, Everybody's favorite space croissant, right? Right, Legends? Gotta have space croissant. Look at this. Even on his top of his head here, look at, we can go lighter than that. And this is not white. This still has yellow in it. Oh, there's too much paint on that brush. Let's get rid of some of that. There we go. Oh, that is. There we are. That's fantastic, Legend. Actually, Legends, if you got any work in progress stuff or Insta Discord pics you want to share of the space croissant there, please go ahead. Gotta go back, get more paint on this here brush. Also there, and then some here. Now over his ears is there. There we go. Yeah, Legends, go ahead and share some linkies to the the Space Croissant so that people can go click on that, check them out. Again, everybody go check out the link that Legend's going to share here of some Necron goodies. The tastiest space pastries ever, right, TBW? Very tasty space pastries. So, Legends, I don't have a Discord. Uh, we know that Discord links work in the chat. Actually, we just had a Discord link posted in there not too long ago. So, if you want to share like one of your Discord links or something there in the chat, yeah, I'm gonna make that lighter there. Yeah, let's do that. This is a cuisine channel after all. I mean, we talk about recipes. Wow, this is a cuisine channel. It's a gardening channel, an exercise channel. It's a college football channel. It's an Aussie Rules football channel. We cover all things sports here. We cover all things cuisine. It's a Lord of the Rings channel. It's a Song of Ice and Fire channel. It's a cavalry channel. In fact, there's so many different things, we just refer to it as the Omni channel. Yes, because we literally encompass just about everything here. Yeah, so we cover a whole bunch of different things here. Terrain, freehand, source lighting, non-metallic, true metallic. Yes, that was Recoil that made that. He made that image for me during a stream, and he sent it to me afterwards. He said, "I think I got something for you to to put up on screen." So much appreciations there to Recoil for making that screen. So now Leggy's starting to get some of his. You know, we need some lighter stuff for his eyebrows here. So Studio Boneless has it right. Some very yummy pastry. Very yummy pastries. So everybody check out the Instagram link that Bacon Hagen just shared. That's an early attempt for Bacon Hagen with the oils. Go check that out. And then, of course, give Bacon Hagen all kinds of kind words and kudos. There we go. Now he's got himself some eyebrows is there. Back to Phthalo. Even let me do some phthalo green here. Let me do some of this here for Legolas. Some phthalo greens in here, especially on this. Phthalo green is sort of like Indian yellow. Super translucent color. It's one of those where you basically, it's, for lack of a better term, we just call it a dry glaze. You're glazing by just literally dry brushing it on because it is so translucent. And that's another thing that people got to get used to when they're working with the oil paints. Because your lighter colors, well, those are real opaque like. And that is why, okay, something like, say, this guy here with all the yellow, your impies, very easy to do with the oil paints because yellow just happens to be, especially if you're using something like, again, a Naples yellow or a Ken yellow or something like that, those are very opaque. So yeah, you're not going to be struggling trying to get your lighter colors there. Not at all. Celia there, Jinxed. And again, Jinx, you want to share anything in the chat before you head out there? Please go ahead and do that. And of course, thanks for the raid there, Jinxed. Have a great Saturday, all that good stuff. I'm going to try and get there we go. So I wasn't quite sure at first, what are we going to do with the crazy eyes and all of our gummies here? Well, we decided, you know what, let's almost treat them like they're little gemstones there. So Studio, they're all blue shade with the exception of this one. Let me see if I can find it for you here. No, that's our chromium oxide green. Oh, is this it here? Yeah, look at this. So actually it's one of our alkyds too. So that is phthalo green yellow shade. Yeah, that was a phthalo green yellow shade there. Not quite sure how I came across that one. I don't actually remember getting that. So see you later there, Jinxed. And again, everybody please give Jinxed a follow. Let me. Wow, that is okay. There we go. Now it's activated. It's like, man, because we don't want that quite so done. We don't. Well, looking like a mustachio there. We don't want. This is not. This is Legolas. It's not Poirot. Yeah, there's no little gray cells for Legolas, unfortunately. So Marguerite, here we go. It's always this. It's always the Badger Steino Res primer. Now, if you're in Europe, which you are, this could be more difficult to get. But if you get the MIG Ammo one-shot primer, it's the same stuff. I know because it's literally made in the same factory. It's a different label. It's the same stuff, just a different label. Now, my favorite is the. Do I have it sitting over here somewhere? Don't have it easily available. Oh, here it is. I think, yeah, there it is. This is the Ebony Flesh primer. There you go. Ebony Flesh. We try not to use any white primer. We don't use any black primer. We generally, well, a lot of times we mix up our own. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Bendar just posted. And everybody, again, some kind words and kudos for Bendar. So again, if you cannot get your hands on the SteinoRes primer overseas in Europe or something like that, never fear, because again, the MIG Ammo one-shot primer is the same exact stuff. Because I was in the Badger factory, and I point to the shelf. I'm like, Ken, what's that stuff doing there? He's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, all that MIG Ammo stuff. He's like, well, we make that. That was news to me because I didn't know. So yes, that is made in the Badger factory. So it is indeed SteinoRes primer. When you're doing stuff with the, well, we gave up on all other primers years ago anyways. We gave up on the Vallejos. We gave up on the rattle cans a long time ago. Because in Chicago, there's about 37 seconds out of a 10-year period where the weather is good enough for doing that spray priming outside. Ah, that's good. That's good, Margaret. Now it might not be the cheapest, right, to get the one-shot primer, but and I don't know if they have colors like the Ebony Flesh, but at least you know it's the same stuff. And you could always take something like, ooh, do I have any? Yes, I do. Here you go. The nice thing is you could maybe take, say, the gray primer and you could mix it with this. Now you have a nice blue primer. This is a Payne's gray. You could mix it. I actually have made a fluorescent primer. I mean, is it truly fluorescent? No. So I'll see you later there, Grand Oracle. And Grand Oracle, again, I think I sent you those pictures, right, of the BSG busts. I think I sent you the pictures of those. So have a good one there, Grand Oracle. And of course, hopefully we see you, well, later today. Later today, because boy oh boy, it's almost, wow. We'll be streaming soon enough. Not too long from now. Let's see, what is it? 3 o'clock in the morning here. So 12, about 18 to 19 hours from now, we'll be streaming again. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Legends just posted. Go check that out. And once again, kind words and kudos to Legends there. Everybody go please click on the Insta. Yeah, that's an Instagram link. So appreciate you making the Instagram post there, Legends. I know that you kind of had to do that kind of on the spur of the moment there. So appreciate you doing that. Gotta get some thinner in there. Trying to make a little bit something lighter here for. I mean, yeah, I'll just say they're bracers. I mean, again, it's a gummy bear. It's like, is it even on the say the Eldritch Foundry miniatures? Sometimes the bracers are more like just kind of some kind of armor thing, or whatever, instead of necessarily a pure bracer. And again, we do a lot of stuff with Eldritch Foundry. They're working with me to make some basing textures. So essentially, something that you can put on your base. Let's say you want like an Aztec theme or a Dwarven theme or something like that. Because right now they have, okay, some ruined temple stuff. They got some sci-fi stuff, deck plating and all that. But I was trying to get them something make a little bit more specific. So everybody again check out that link that Legends just posted, and again go look at that and say lots of kind words. Lots of kind words. I'm gonna get me some light going there. We gotta do the same deal on that side. Ooh, let me go back to this. Ah, yeah. See there, we got a cooler green. That's a different temperature green than everything that is around. Everything else is warmer green. This is a phthalo green here. Let me. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. So we're going to use a light violet color to lighten our phthalo green. You're like, whoa, what you doing there? What are you talking about? Well, the violet color already has a little bit of bluishness to it, in addition to our green. But the other thing it does is it kind of grays things down a little bit because there's a little bit of opposites going on there, right? There is some red in there too. Yeah, there we go. So that is now much cooler green versus his sleeve, warmer green. So again, everybody check out the link that Bacon Ogden just shared. Oh, and a heavy destroyer too. I know we did. I think we did at least one heavy destroyer on stream years ago. There, see more of that cooler green. Look at that. Just working that in here. Just letting it mix. Let it do its thing. Let it all mix. He's nice there. More of that here, and then we might even kind of emphasize a little bit more of our texture on said cloak. I would like to use some of this in here. Maybe even a little bit down there. Change that up a little. There we go. Change up a little bit. Right in here, and then the branches kind of in the way. Oh, that's another thing about the oil paints. When you get hard to reach areas, the oils make that a whole bunch easier. Makes it a ton easier. Now, I'm gonna here. Let me go back in with some of this blue, and now some of our indigo and some of that. So now we got kind of a bluish violet gray. That's a little bit on the darker side right here. Inganes, I think, well, you did get a chance to share your stuff right earlier there, Inganes. And actually, hey, Inganes, oh gosh, I don't think, were you going to stream today? I think you were planning on streaming today. And again, everybody please give Inganes a follow. Actually, Inganes, why don't you just share your stuff in the chat there? Because Inganes also does the oil painting. Inganes also streams the oil painting. So, definitely give Inganes a follow so that you can check him out when he's live and see how he approaches the oils. I might just play around here a little bit. Oh, too much paint on that brush. I could see that coming a mile away. That's better. There's a little bit of our pure orange, which I believe is still left over from our first Battlestar Galactica stream of the week, which was painting the base. Yeah, it was. So there you go. But check out the Instagram link that Nganes just shared. And please give Nganes a follow as well. Oh yeah, a little bit of Dreadnought action there. Blood Angel style. I wonder. Let me try some of that in addition to. Okay, that might just do it there. Yep, that is what we needed to do. Let's carry that up a little further. Now here we got some thicker paint on that brush. Why? Because we want it to stick to the thinner paint, because we just were working with some thinner paint. Thicker paint will stick to the thinner paint, vice versa. When we're talking about that, we're not necessarily saying, oh, yeah, it's basically like a pinline wash versus right out of the tube. It's not quite that extreme. Not exactly that extreme. It's even 10% difference in the amount of thinner that there is or not in there. That makes a big difference. That kind of stuff might just take you a little while to kind of get a handle of that. That's the other thing with the oils is you might need to give yourself a little bit of time to figure things out. I mean, it was that way for me with 3D printing. It's been that way while trying to make these things. There's literally not a second that goes by where I'm not handed a little bit of a lesson sandwich right in the face. It's like, oh, you didn't know that before? Well, you know now. And they're usually very rude lessons. If you sometimes you just gotta again take a couple of shots to the Jolly Rogers there to be able to continue on and have success. Let me get some more of our a little bit of this in here, but the back part of our skelly friends. Back here. Oh, I got nothing on that skelly friend. On that lighter side anyways. There we go. Ooh, we didn't do our rust on there. Well, we can solve that quick enough. With this. Blammo, good enough. I don't think I'm gonna go any lighter with the rusty stuff here. Yeah, boneless, they don't necessarily come with a side order of fries or like cheesy fries or something either, do they, boneless? Hey, welcome back. There's surface tension. Well, they usually are Jolly Ranchers, they're tiny big boars, but well, if they take solid enough contact, they get raised like a Jolly Roger. That's for sure. Don't want that significant contact. Well, let's do the same thing here with our a bit of umber and some of our. Yeah, wow. Okay, that is actually even darker than I thought. Some of that over here. Oh yeah, let's get some of that over here too. Because remember, your skulls and all that kind of stuff, unless you're literally in, I don't know, Peru or something like that in the Andes, they should pretty much just turn black because they're absorbing all the calcium, all those minerals in the soil. So yeah, the Skelly friends not really that they kind of that whole bleached white or whatever. Yeah, Tiny Big Wars. Sometimes that contact is a little bit more solid than you would like. And there we go. Let's get some of our white on there. Just a little hint in some places on our Skellies right there. So a little bit more of our white in there. Just for that edge of the Skelly friend. Surface tension. What were we? We were talking. Oh yeah. The food safe silicone molds, right? Surface tension. So we could maybe try to actually make gummy bears that would be edible or eatable, either way. We would obviously have to make some kind of a test print. The question is, how can we get the food safe molding material not not in contact with a resin cast figure or any kind of resin figure for that matter. So there's some things to be worked out, right? Now, actually, funny you should mention that Tiny Big Wars because one of the several projects that we have going on here is to take all of the 9 Nazgul, because obviously there's ancient GW miniatures that kind of show them as Nazgul. What I'm trying to do is take all 9 of them and eventually basically backtrack to what did they look like before they got the rings or as they got their rings. So this is Kamul the Easterling right here. This is him kind of starting to turn more into the Wraith version of Kamul, and then I've got a third one where he's pretty much fully transformed into a Wraith. I've also done the Dark Marshal. I've also done the Shadow Lord. And you will be seeing those in showcase videos. So yeah, the idea is that we basically try to show what did they look like before they ever got the rings, and then basically kind of a this progression right from what they used to look like when they were kings, kind of at the height of their power, and then their fall through the contact with the rings that they were given. Actually, what was the what was their as we have a mount here, surface tension. What was the organization that all of the mounted critters of Middle Earth had? I can't remember what that was. Wasn't that meat or something like? I think it was meat, wasn't it? Surface tension. I can't quite remember what the organization was that they had formed amongst themselves. And I believe that Guahir was it Guahir or was it Shadowfax that started that organization? Get me a little bit more light on that. A little bit more light down there. Touch more light on the top of our skilly there. So it was meat, Middle Earth Animal Transport. If you check out the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, I do believe I've got all of the painting sessions because we painted all 9 of the Nazgul on their fell beasts. So we did the Witch King, the Shadow Lord, Kamul the Easterling, bestest of all the wraiths. We did the Dark Marshal. We did the Knight of Umbar. Oh, that's another one. Yeah, I've done the Knight of Umbar. I've got some miniatures of him too. Maybe make that a little lighter on top of that. That is not. That's not part of the leather there. That should be lighter. We're making some more lights here on the whatever clothes he's got there. Now, surface tension, I've got at least, good grief, I think I have at least 3 different Guahir figs printed out that I haven't had a chance to get to yet. You know what, I'm going to take some of this green here. Let me see if this is going to work. I don't know if it will. It looks like it will. That just got a little too dark down in there. Now we're going to get lighter up here. With this. Chromium oxide green, mix it with that. What do we got here? Now we're talking. Now we are talking. This side, also lighter. More light over here. There we go. Yeah, that just needed to all be light. I might still maybe hit that again, but that means we got to be a little bit patient. We do not want to be a hasty hobbit. So surface tension, yeah, here he turned on the non-smoking light, and of course every time Gandalf just ignores that. Yes, and of course too, he wouldn't turn off the Palantir either. Yes, it's like you're not supposed to have those cell phones going either in flight. Let me get some of this other lighter stuff here on our... There we are. Now we're talking, and then we're also going to get some of it down there. Ooh, on the wolf's face. That's right. We didn't have our fast matte white out there at the time. It's always wild to see the difference that makes. 'Cause it does. Come on. Ah, now we're talking. Here we go. Nice. Now this side, same deal here on the muzzle. Right up by the nose. Yeah, now we're talking. Now we're talking on our warg right here. Where's my... Ah, good. We have this. I shall find our fabulous Pearling Crimson, all Series 7. Oh, no, it's only a Series 6. Yeah. It's only a Series 6 there. Surface tension, that's all. Surface tension, I don't think that Guahir appreciated. Gandalf saw what they did with the gunpowder at the Hornburg there, so he wanted to try doing like surface to air or air to surface to air missiles and stuff. And then he was trying to he thought they were like Sidewinder missiles. There you go. Yeah. He tried to create his own version of the Middle Earth version of a Sidewinder missile. And well, Guahir was not too appreciative of that particular arrangement. Now again, we got the Pearling Crimson and our Alkyd Medium. Oh, looky there. Looky there. See, he's got some... Now we got the blood effects going on around the chompers there and his muzzle. I mean, just imagine, right? You're made of a somewhat combustible substance, like, I don't know, feathers. And the next thing you know, you got somebody that's trying to use you as a missile platform. There we go. Let me take a little bit of that away there. So you can see now it also has a little bit of a sheen to it. That would be your alkyd medium, also providing some of that sheen there. I do believe that was it. Surface that was the I think that was the final straw right there for sure. Get our little hint of our fast matte white back over a couple of those. A little bit more light on the skelly friend there. Oh, this one. Yeah. Did all the other ones. Let's get to this guy here. Almost, yeah, let's go up here. Nice. Alright, so again, our little skelly friends there. Let's get some lighter stuff back here on our Warg. Let's get a little bit of the blue in it here. Kind of a grayish tone here. And by the way, 3 hours and 31 minutes ago, these were all just primer. No zenithal, no base coat stuff or anything like that. It was just straight up primer and then straight up oil paints. And that's it. Keep it simple, keep it safe, right? Surface tension. Let's see. Actually, Baconhagen, for sure, because I think I found this once. Really, let's just put it this way: I was really shaking it up a lot, and I do believe now it might only be certain colors there, Baconhagen. Maybe this was it the sea the oceanic gray that did that, but they have if that's shaken up a lot and then you immediately start using it, that can happen with certain ones. I don't think it's all of them, Baconhagen. Oh yeah, well Baconhagen, yeah, I don't use the white at all. Yeah, I don't prime anything white anyways. But that the white I know just from I was using it at not Dragon Con at Gen Con. I was doing demos in the booth, and well, I didn't have any other paint, and I needed to lighten up the and make the ghost tints more opaque. So I'm putting the white in there. Yeah, that will definitely happen with the white. Again, I never use that, so it doesn't really come up too much. Hey there, Camda. Camda, why don't you post your linkage in there? Everybody, please give Camda Paints a follow because Camda also paints with the oils. So Camda, we got ourselves again our Warg here. Mouth o' Sauron, and there's little Leggy. There is the Legolas. Now again, those are all going to get the they're going to get the treatment of some nice flock and foliage and all that good stuff once the oils are dry. And again, these are alkyds, so that's not going to be a whole bunch of time from now. Wouldn't recommend doing that, well, say later today, but by Monday should be able to most likely get again the at least the flock and foliage on there. Yeah, would you maybe want to be putting some kind of varnish on there, which I don't really do. I only use that stuff if things maybe got a little bit on the shiny side. Nice to see you there, Arid. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda Paints just followed. Now, Arid is going to be posting a Pinterest link. So, Arid, sorry about, I saw the Facebook post there earlier, Arid, so sorry about that. And I know that that's always a difficult thing, no matter when that happens or how it happens, right? So sorry about that there, Ear, but why don't you post your Pinterest link? Everybody please give Earity Canwife a follow because she does all kinds of fabulous jewelry and such. There it is. Check out that Pinterest link there that Earity Canwife just shared.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Trimster. Appreciate that. Ah, so I think you're looking for Gummy Gandalf, aren't you? He's like, well, no, we'll kill you too. He's like, stand in line, man. You see that Balrog over there? He's like, oh, yeah, I think I got another place to be. See ya. Yeah, see, nobody wants to mess with the Balrog. It's like, how about, and don't fight him with a glow stick and a kitchen knife either. So, okay, fine. Let's get a little bit of roll on a Gandalf 6 here for Trimster. Was that? Oh, I thought for a second that was a 6. It almost was. I thought it was a 6. It came, but as long as we avoid this, right? As long as we avoid that. So thank you so much, Trimster. Appreciate the follow. Arid, that was. Did that just? Gosh, because I don't. Did that happen between now and the last stream there, Arid? Because I don't remember that being one of the Easter things. That was something else that happened. So yeah, sorry about that, Arid. But again, everybody, please give Arid Canwife a follow. And Arid, you're going to be doing your usual stream, right? The usual Saturday stream still. So Arid does streams on Friday and Saturday, 7 Pacific time. Again, everybody, please give Arid Canwife a follow. Yeah, we'll make that a little later. Actually, this needs to be more of a brown. Let me try this. What do we got in here? More. There we are. Now we're talking. Is better. Because we already got that on that side. Oh, speaking of which, I wonder. Let me try something here. Let me see if this will work. I don't know if it will, but I'm going to try it anyhows. This brown. Because we're trying to almost do a little bit of a tinting of that green in some places. Yeah, I thought so. I thought so, Irid. Okay. So again, sorry that, well, again, oh, and Irid, yeah. Do we need to make one of these of the Easter Bunny? So that you could actually, Irid, yeah, we could print this out and you could smash it with a hammer. There you go, Irid, yes. You could print out Easter Bunnies and then just smash them on stream. Now, of course, other folks might be somewhat distressed by, they come into a stream and the streamer is smashing Easter bunnies. Now, of course, Irid, I guess, in the meantime, you could get chocolate bunnies and smash those, and then you could eat them. So that might be even a more that's literally a satisfying crunch, as the commercial goes, right, Irid? Yeah, there you go. Get yourself some chocolate bunnies. I'm sure they're on sale on Amazon right now. Now, oh, there you go, Irid. So you make those silicone, those food-safe molds we were talking about. Even if they're just like chocolate bunnies. I mean, those things are made in a mold. Actually, that's also making me hungry. That is also making me hungry. They're the chocolate bunnies. Now, Irid, one of the I think that was just before you came onto the stream there. I was trying to figure out. Okay, we want to make a food safe, food safe mold. What do I mean, obviously, I can't print something in resin, then make a mold of it, and then start putting the food in that mold. I was like, do I try to make a mold of some kind of harder food product, like some kind of like much tougher sculptural chocolate or something like that, and then make the mold of that. Nice to see you there, Sea Dragon. So, Sea Dragon, I'm sure that you were lurking, so you probably heard all the news about all of the busts and all that kind of stuff. And again, gonna try to work on a. I'm gonna try and paint up one of those BSG busts on our Saturday stream. Yes, it's Saturday now, but this will be the second Saturday stream. It's kind of like second breakfast, just longer and with no food. Let me do more of our lighter gray in there, and we gotta get some down over here, even lighter with that gray. What do we got? What do we got? Let's use that. So even if you have a substance that's maybe not something you want to be eating, as long as you really wash that out real good, well, if that's the case, Irid, then that's just going to have to happen. That is just going to have to happen. Now, I will start the search for on Amazon for the food safe silicone molds there. So Sea Dragon, well, of course we now have an autocorrect monster, like an actual physical autocorrect monster. We also have the very first uh, Trench Crusade bust, based again on a character that you've already seen here a couple of times between the vids and the tutorials and the streams. And then we have the first four Battlestar Galactica test prints: Adama, Starbuck, Six, and a Centurion. Those those seem to have printed out pretty darn well. So I think we're on to something. I have some other things that I've got to print out tonight, so I won't be able to do test prints of, say, I have everybody else. I got Saltai, I got Chief Tyrrell, I got Roz, Ellen Tai, I've got Boomer and Athena, so or Agathon, sure, Agathon. Yeah, I've got both versions. I believe she was Cylon model number 8, right? Spoiler alert: Boomer was also a Cylon. So yes, those. Looks like we got some pretty good results on those test prints. So I will be making some more. It's just unfortunately, remember Sea Dragon? I was talking in the last post how I had to get a new container of resin because I basically have burned through all the 6 that were sent here, doing all the test prints on stuff. Well, guess what? That new jug that I just started today, well, that'll be mostly gone by this time tomorrow, or maybe one more day. That's it. That's literally how long that 1 liter is going to last. Maybe 36 hours. Tiny Big Wars, there's a lot of that, right? Where you're just no way. There's no way that same person did those 2 voices. It's always kind of wild to find that out, right? Let me see. Oh, it was when I had that whatever. Oh yeah, it was when I got that thing. There was one year my voice got so messed up from Adepticon, I think it was, or something, that I could actually do a Treebeard impersonation, but without having to do it. Yeah, that was an uncomfortable moment for some of the folks in the stream who were not used to me being able to do Treebeard's voice without even trying. Yes, I did it. Don't be hasty, little hobbits, and people are like, "Wait, what?" They they thought it was some kind of sound effect until I just tried to talk, and they said, "Oh, well, you just sound like that the whole time." So still working with some of our fast matte white here again, trying to get that on Wolfie's face. We'll try to do a little smidge of this on the glinty steel stuff here. I mean, it surprised me too, Tiny Big Wars. I thought, well, I think my voice can do it. And I was like, whoa, yeah, it can. There was not enough medicine, as in the drinkable kind of medicine, to make that sound any different. There, yeah, not gonna do any of the weathering powder stuff here on our Wolfie there. I might. Oh, let me get all this stuff out of here, and then we'll get back to my Perling Crimson mixed with our fabulous Alchemedium here to do a little bit of here. Let's try to some there on his muzzle. Not on the nose. We don't need that. But yeah, I'll have that kind of going over his jaw there, and then also. Here we're gonna have like a dirty down thing. Oh gosh, wasn't it the not Infinity? Corvus Belly, that's it. Yes, the Corvus Belly Warg. Ironically enough, Warg Riders. We did the dirty down stuff. Going at the. We're doing that on our Golem anyway, on his fishy here, right? To have water going down into the little pool there. So yeah, we'll do that with him at the same time because reasons. What if? Gotta get all that stuff out of there. Maybe take a slightly lighter rust color in here. Yeah, there we go. That's what we need. So again, 3 hours 47 minutes ago, all three of our Lord of the Rings gummy bears again had no paint on them whatsoever. All three of them. I'm gonna try and do some lighter stuff now, I believes, on our Mouth of Sauron. Actually, I'm doing a showcase video on him. It's going to be called The Herald of the Black Gate, as opposed to Leon of the Black Gate, or Clive of the Black Gate. But that's why I printed out the Black Gate in 10mm, which then led to, hey, why don't we print up a whole like Mordor army in 10mm? I already did a bunch of trolls, a great beast of Golgoroth. Those worked out well. I tried printing out the Wargs and Warg Raiders. Some worked out, maybe okay. Other ones, it's like, okay, that's just too small. Because again, I was using files that were not originally intended to ever be printed at 10mm, which is why we're going to try and make our own custom files for that project. Because again, we're not doing enough custom things, right, Sea Dragon? We clearly need to do more custom things because we're not doing enough already. Let me do this here. I might have to go back with some of our dark as well on some parts of his cloak slash robe, whatever here. We might just... Yep, we're going to do that here. Let me get this oddity brush. We'll get our little Van Dyke Brown slash Mars Black mix, and boom, there we go again. Trying to import a little more shadow into some of the folds there, because reasons. Down here as well. Yeah. Just gonna do the dry brushy stuff right there. I wonder. No. I better squeegee whatever. Oh yeah, there's definitely some paint on there. Now there's a whole bunch less. We're going to use that as a blending brush. More thinner, I think. Yeah, let's thin it down a little bit, and then we got to get down into these couple of crevices. Also here on his helmet slash crown, whatever. We need some stout darks in there. We got some dark middle tones, but not really strong darks. Again, that's a mix. That's not black. That's a mix of Payne's gray slash indigo. So it has a little bit of bluishness to it. Up there. Also some of that here. Now we'll take our bluish violet color here, and that is going to go here so that little separation from the face, such as it is, and we might try to get a little bit more of the glowy stuff in his eyes maybe as well. Now we're talking. Also, let's go a little bit of the non-metallic metal vibe because we got reflections happen in the middle there. Maybe a little lighter-ish. See what happens when we do this. We don't want to get too light with that. Not too light. Like that. There we go. I might try. Here, let me get some of our umber here, and also then a little bit of the Indian yellow. Those are two relatively translucent colors, which means that I can kind of put those on there again as not a glaze. Now let me take a little bit of our Perling Crimson and also maybe some of the Alkyd Medium. Mix that together as well. Which of these is okay? This is definitely our most intact one. It looks like here. Yeah. At least I think. No, it's over here. All right. Good to know. I don't think that now we did not get our fast mat weight on this helmet slash crown yet. Now, there we go. Get some of those final little highlights and such start to happen. Yeah, that's more like it. Sure, we'll put some of that on here. Also, right down that edge here. You can see how we'd also paint the entire figure at once. With the oils, there is no, I'm just going to paint the head, or it's like one finger on his hand. Everything else will just be like black primer. That is not how it's going to work with the oil paints. You're painting the whole thing all at once. Even even when I painted with acrylics, that was not how I painted. It was the whole figure all at once. I understand that folks, they kind of want to see like tangible progress at the end of a painting session. They say, well, at least I want to say I got his face painted or his cloak or his shoulder pads or something like that painted. Understandable, but all that does is slow you down. And of course, with the oils, there's almost no point in working with the oils that way. Yeah, there's multiple things about the oil paints that can be a little bit on the holy smoke side for folks when they're first working with them. So yeah, again, you might want to give yourself a little bit of leeway to maybe kind of experience the, oh man, that is really different kind of part of the oil paints, but not get too down on yourself. Yeah, there was a point where I thought I just wasn't going to be able to do 3D printing. There was a bunch of stuff. Again, the folks that were, they weren't exactly, teaching was not exactly their strong suit, and uh, what they were trying to tell me to do with the 3D printing was not working at all. So I thought, well, maybe I'm just doing something wrong. No, it was just everybody's printing situation is different, and they were kind of superimposing how they print stuff onto how I can print stuff here, and that led to a little bit of mischief. And yeah, with the oil paints, you have to give yourself a little time to kind of go, okay, yeah, I need to work with these things, give myself a chance to see, what kind of different approach am I going to need from, say, the acrylic stuff. Okay, so now he's got himself like a hint of glowy eyes there. I mean, nothing crazy. Nothing too crazy there. And again, this, maybe we'll do a little lighter something on that here. Let me take something like this. Also our violet there. And all that stuff. And even I like some of the powder getting down here. And of course, this is our bulletin board cork base. All of these are done with bulletin board cork. This is the same stuff. Now, the nice thing about the bulletin board cork is you can kind of chop it up, you can break it up very, very easily, and it does not look like the usual cork, which you can see a mile away. I mean, you can literally be blindfolded, face a miniature, and go, yep, that was based on the usual kind of cork type stuff that we see. You know, we don't want that. And I mean, you can really do some amazing, amazing stuff with the bulletin board cork on multiple levels. Again, I think we're gonna keep making parts of his face is lighter green here. Oh yeah, definitely here we need to do that. Maybe even a little bit up there. Just cause. I mean, these are some angry looking gummies right here. Which is ironic. Oh, that's right, the Balrog. Yeah, our Balrog. Well, I'm gonna have to, if I'm gonna stick with that sculpt, I need to print that a whole bunch bigger. Because he was one of the very first test figures that I printed out. He's pretty much not all that much bigger than one of the hobbits. It's like a hobbit Balrog or something. Hey, Recoil, great to see ya. So Recoil, man, this did not work out too bad. That is not nothing, Recoil. And again, this worked out fairly well here too. I wasn't quite sure how the heck I should support this. There's some maybe things I'm gonna at least just change in maybe the rotation of them or something. I'm pretty sure, Recoil, I sent you a couple of pictures with the Battlestar Galactica test busts. And of course, like I was saying earlier to Cam, I am going to have to learn Blender because, huge surprise, right? Recoil, all the text got completely botched. So I'm basically going to have to put some green stuff over the top of that because I can't even quite file it away. It's too close to other stuff. So yeah, if I'm going to use one of those, well, I was thinking of using like the 6 bust instead. That's good, but I think we're on to something there, recoil. Oh, yeah, I think those worked out. Now, they do, even in the smaller ones, I got to figure out how to hollow those things because, well, they take up a significant amount of resin with those bases. Now, it was specifically saying, look, if you do this, you're going to have a much easier time making the STLs if these plinths are much bigger. In a way, it was kind of like the Galadriel plinth, where I kind of made it much larger and the miniature was, or the bust was very much integrated into the plinth instead of just like sitting on top of it or hanging off of it or whatever. More skill, no more on those skellies. I think we're pretty good on these skellies for the most part. Actually, Recoil Rottweiler was in here very early on. If you wanted to shout out Rottweiler and the folks again, let me get much more of it. Yeah, there we are. Oh, Rico, did you see the email that I sent you? I did. Well, actually, I did a few new songs. I was trying to test out some settings, but again, as per what's been like with the Army showcase video and that sort of stuff, things we talked about. Um, yeah, I was hoping that the email went through. How did that get so light? We're gonna take like a big old blob of really light stuff. Well, that's gone. Yeah, Rico, I believe I sent you that just as an email because for whatever reason, right? Instagram just never or it plays like the first 2 seconds and then nothing after that. So yeah, I figured, well, I'll just send it in an email there. I think I might have sent you two, Recoil, because, and again, I think I'm onto something now with some of the settings there. I think I might have learned something. And of course, Recoil, if you want to share anything in chat, like any of your basing stuff or whatever, please go ahead and do that. I'm gonna. No, I was gonna light. Nah, I don't think I'll lighten that. At least not with this. Maybe we'll roll with this here. Let us see. No, it's still gonna be too light. I can see that from a mile away. There we go. That's more like it. That is more like a light middle tone. It also has a little bit of warmth to it there. No problem, Rico. No problem. Where's Legolas? Changed places there. Ooh, first, that's what I haven't been doing. Usually around this time, I'll grab something like this because I've got to hit the bottoms of the bases so that I know, okay, because look at this. That's the original primer right there. When this stuff hits it, well, it looks really dark here. That might not look quite as dark as what we're seeing there, but there's only one way we're going to know, and that's if we put this stuff on there now. So I'm going to just humor me here for a bit while we do this. Yeah, nothing fancy, but yes, I'm not going to do any darker there because this is why we don't have the primer stuff that's super light or super dark. Anything next to really dark primer, everything looks light. Even that was that ebony flesh primer. That's a dark brown primer. Look how much darker it actually is now. Here, you'll see it again as we rotate around to this side. Look how light that is. That's the primer. Now, here's a chance to see what it would have looked like with black primer. Boom, look at that. Look how much darker that is. That is why. Just don't roll with black primer or white primer. That's why we try to split things down the middle. Much as we can. Doesn't always work that way. It's not always ideal. But that's kind of the thing we're just sort of shooting for. Now look at here. Same situation. I was going to ask you about that recoil because I think Camden was actually the folks I rated. Oh gosh, it was Mini Man. Was it? No, it was Ragin. That's right. And he was. They were talking about how hot it's been. Now, of course, recoil. I would say it's been stupid hot here. It's been over 40 degrees now for several days, but that's a little bit different. That's a blast furnace there. Recoil. That is a total blast furnace. Now, of course, Armored Wolf says, well, yeah, it's been, well, let me see. If it's -8 there for the high, I think in Centurions that would be like maybe about a -15 or 16 or so. Yeah, let's keep rolling with some of that, and then we'll get our Warg base, so you could really see again the difference. Because look at that, that looks light now. That was darker than the base. We do this, and now all of it again. This is not our blackest black. This is kind of the precursor because this is actually a bit more rugged. Now, same deal here. Look at this, right? Watch how that changes here. So there's your original primer. That's what black primer would have looked like. Yep, it's we don't want that much dark here again. Same deal. Look at how much darker that is. Now here they got a little bit later from some of our dry brush stuff there, but still look at this. That's what we've been using as a comparison. Everything is relative. Context matters a lot, as in a bunch. And I think we're good to roll. Good to roll there. All right. Is nice. Get this thing closed up here. Now we do, since this is water, so here, let me get that stuff out of that brush there. Also get that out of the way. Back to Legolas here. Might go dark around the yeah, here maybe around the hair. We'll take some of our umbar. A bit the Indian yellow too. That's got to go in here. No, not enough of the umbar. Let's get some more of that. That's just the burnt umber. I mean, still has a little bit of the Indian yellow in there. I actually got to thin that down. Yep. Now we have adhesion. That's what we're looking for. Man, recoil. That is just that is absolutely. That's got to be the stuff recoil that when that hits your face, right? You walk out the door. I mean, it hits you in the face. That's got to be a oh my goodness kind of moment right there. Now we hit this down here. Now it has come to pass here. We've certainly had entire weeks where it was over 100 degrees. I have a feeling that's a little bit more of a regular process down there. That is crazy warm as that is. Some folks would say, it's warm, but we've been here before. Get a little bit more of that skin tone here somehow. The back of his ear never really got much of anything. This one did, not that one. Now to the more later stuff there. To the even lighter stuff on his ear. There we go. Now, okay, that didn't take too long to reset there. Not a big deal. Back to the burnt umber again. To there, and same over here on the side of his head. Now let's see if we can't carve out a few little shapes, maybe in the hair. So 4 hours, 10 minutes ago, how much paint was on our 3 Lord of the Rings gummy bears? I guess the real question is how much paint was there besides none? Because there was none. There was a spoiler alert. There was no paint on these things. 4 hours, 10 minutes, 32 seconds ago. It's the 32 seconds, right, recoil that always makes a big difference as we welcome in Jack. Great to see you again there, Jack. Happy New Year. So hopefully New Year going great for you there. And of course, a bacon hugging. We know what's the thing that's not allowed is blinking. It's like, so that means I got like better sight than this elf over here because I just can't blink. He's like, actually you could blink, you know. It's like, oh no, I can't. I don't have any eyelids. So he didn't sculpt you any, huh? He's like, yeah, that guy was a real genius, wasn't he? Yeah, Bacon, you can't blink, otherwise you end up like the weeping angel there. Recoil, I did actually take that into the. Oh, actually, recoil. Oh, here's the thing. I meant to message you about this. For whatever reason, remember the photo thing I was talking about that Meshi does really well? And yeah, anytime I ask it to do that, all I just get is, it's just like red exclamation point, and I'll say, so what's going on? I'll just ask anything, and all I get is a red exclamation point. So that is basically a non-functional part of Meshi right now. But I actually kind of figured out a way to utilize the Grok image thing, recoil, for really like the first time. I'd only kind of barely messed with it before, but I was actually able to get some good, basically orthographic results there. Recoil in Grok. Hey there, Camda. Welcome back. So Camda, hopefully that all went well, and the kids were not too wild and rambunctious there. What is that? Oh, yeah, I thought so. There was a little something on the end of the. And again, we're trying to make that not look like a mustache right there. Again, we don't want Poirot. We're looking for Legolas here. Although a Poirot gummy bear would be. Well, actually, I'm not. Would he look all that different than Poirot? I mean, here he looks like a penguin, anyways. Okay, no problem there, Jack. And of course, here we'll post this one more time here again for all the folks here that haven't seen this. This is the latest Army Showcase video here. That is, let me see, I think the 70% of the figures on that in that video were painted on stream. The rest of them were painted in tutorial videos of one form or another. So we'll check that out. Again, that's and the terrain was by the Printing Goes Ever On. That took that took at least 3.5 weeks, maybe over a month to print out just the terrain. So you can check that out there. And there's also some other showcase vids like the Battlestar Galactica one. There is a Gandalf one, which shows all of the Gandalfs, well, almost all the Gandalfs, because now we have 2 gummy Gandalfs, Camda. So I did this whole video so that we could show all of the Gandalfs, and now there's 2 more of them that aren't in there. and that's why we called it a gaggle of Gandalfs. Now here we're gonna try to get a little bit lighter on our tree fungus here on that shelf. Now, oh, and then we got other funguses over here. Let's get some stuff on these funguses here, just because. Also, these fungi. Now, I was just about to grab our Mr. Giggles figure to do that little skip, but it's like he's way too buried. There's no way I could actually get to him there without knocking over about 5 other figures. So yeah, we've got the Battlestar Galactica showcase video there. We also have the original one was the Denethor one. Get this probably the next one that'll be on there is either going to be our Galadriel vid or Aowen. One of those two most likely is going to be the next showcase video. Get more of the. That might be too. Yeah, that's too late. I think this might be more fun. Yes, I'm going to do that. Ooh, I like that better. I do like that better. So that's our chromium oxide green down in here. Hey there, real brush cut. Well, let me. Oh, actually, it is going to work. It is going to work here. So here's Mr. Giggles, and they wonder. He always wonders, why do you call me Mr. Giggles? It's because he's a very fun guy, right? Right, brush guy. How you doing there, brush guy? Everybody, please check out a link that Real Brush Guy is going to post at our behest. So yeah, Real Brush Guy, why don't you post some of the fabulous stuff there in the chat so folks can see that. So great to see you there, Brush Guy. Yeah, Camda, that's one of the first really large figures we ever painted on stream. That was years ago. Actually, Camda, that's why Mr. Giggles, I think he's one of the emotes. Yeah, Mr. Giggles is one of the emotes there. So again, everybody please give Real Brush Guy a follow. Actually, oh geez, Brush Guy, didn't you? I think didn't you catch some of the New Year's Eve stream? And you were talking about. Yeah, okay. Well, sorry that nabbed you there, Real Brush Guy. I'm guessing you haven't done a whole lot of streaming then, right? Because, well, having a voice and being able to breathe, spoiler alert, that's kind of important for streaming, right? Who would have thunk it? I think that's actually his hair there. I'm going to try to get, there we are, some of that now on the cleaver here. Let's get some of this lighter green. Break it down because it's been sitting over there for a while. Yeah, so I think Camda, you could almost say that Mr. Giggles was kind of like Bilbo Bananigans there. He's kind of like the original Bilbo Bananigans. Always up to shenanigans. So yeah, there's a couple of the trolls there. There's also Rocky and Woody. Let me see. Look at all this. I can't actually grab Woody. So there we go. Here's another one of the big old trolls that we did. Those are from our imprintable terrain. Yeah, yeah. So that's another one of the fabulous trolls that we painted. I do believe. Oh, and also Camda. There's also some emotes of Jeeves and Birdie. Remember Jeeves and Worcester or something like that? That was another show, obviously in the what 90s or so. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Real Brush Guy just posted. Again, give Real Brush Guy a follow. And of course, Real Brush Guy, once recovered from the bronchitis, will try to get back to doing some streaming there. Ah, there he is. So that's yeah, Camden. That's the very first one you did there. Yeah, that's that's Birdie. That's Birdie Worcester right there. Needless to say, Camden, Birdie was under the influence of pipeweed. Before there was pipeweed, he was very much under the influence of it. And actually, Camden, every time somebody came on stream, a little special guest or something like that, he was always asking them for pipeweed. Yeah, so that's I don't know if you remember the Jeeves and Worcester. Yeah, Jeeves and Worcester. That was I think the name of that show. Obviously, one of your British comedies there. Trying to keep that from getting too light. That's getting kind of on the lighter side there. That we kind of say that was he was the gateway there, Camda, to all the bad stuff there. And obviously Jeeves was the much more serious part of that. How's about we welcome in the free heathen and friends because they dare to enter our domain. How you doing there, free heathen? And of course, free heathen, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. We are continuing here with our Lord of the Rings Gummy Bear project tonight. Mouth of Sauron, Legolas, and a Warg rider. So we've been all through
Hello,
December
little
and such. We've
hobbits.
been
Spark
painting
my
these.
gums.
Thank you so much, Free Heathen. How's about a double dose of Gummy Gandalf? Yes, there he is. He loves all of his little hobbits. He also loves pipeweed, and I guess he likes gummy bears too. So yeah, this is we're actually now up to 30 different gummy bear characters that we have done. This is a more recent stream here where we did Galadriel, Gollum, and the King of the Dead there. So again, these are our Lord of the Rings gummy bears. We've got tons of. Here's another dynamic duo right here. Check out these guys. That is Grima and that is Saruman there. Everybody check out the link that Free Heathen just posted. Now, of course, we do other things besides Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. This was our Monday stream right here. So yet another one of our Battlestar Galactica ships. Speaking of Battlestar Galactica, our last stream before this one was this. So a first of our Battlestar Galactica themed flats. A little bit of Guilty Baltar right there. Very Guilty Baltar kind of, yeah. He made a little bit of a mess of things, didn't he? So thanks again, Free Heathen. Appreciate you being here. Now, of course, we also do regular miniatures like so. We also do things like our 1/1800 scale ships as well. So all kinds of different fun stuff, busts, you name it. Gaius the Guilty, there you go, Cam. It's almost like Hasty the Hobbit right there. It's so similar. They're practically the same character. So again, everybody please give Free Heathen a follow, and also please check out that link there. So actually, Free Heathen, what were you working on the stream? I'm sure it was super fun. I'm gonna try and get a little bit. Oh, on our Skelly friends too. We gotta get some more light on our Skelly friends. Now we're painting these with oil paints. 4 hours and 23 minutes. All three of these were well, they looked a bit like this. They were just primer. They were the same primer because I primed them all at the same time. So yeah, that's what these all were 4.5 hours ago. Yeah, let's get some later stuff on our skellies down here. Gee whiz. I mean, we're not too far off. We just need a little smidge ola more here. So thanks again for the raid there, Free Heathen. Free Heathen, that's fantastic. Uh, uh, I think the only dice tower that I printed, Free Heathen, ironically enough, it was in the shape of the Argonath. Yeah, um, because, well, for obvious reasons, kind of looks like a big old statue. That worked out very well as a dice tower. It was kind of noisy, I gotta say, because, it was FDM printed. Oh, we also do terrain. Here's some of our terrain here. There we go. Here's a little sampling of some of our terrain. Also, paint Battlefleet Gothic, such stuff, and well, also historicals, yes. And of course, here's some more of our Battlefleet Gothic, and then here's some other terrain that we've painted. In addition to, where is my? Oh yeah, there they are. We did 6 of these things on stream. Now, since then, we've actually added all of the flock and foliage and everything to them. You can see that on the Instagrams, because that really changed how they looked when they had the grass on the roofs, and the lumberjack hobbit hole had all kinds of like sawdust and stuff. So on the resin side of things, we have 2 very old Anycubic Mono X printers, and those are usually working about 24 hours a day. On the FDM side, we've got the Bamboo X1 Carbon, and that's very handy because we also 3D print our busts on there. So this is a Galadriel bust here that is printed out in FDM, and we've done a whole bunch of. Let's see, do we have? Oh, here's one right here. So here's one of our painted ones. That's also printed out in FDM, and we painted that one also with the oil paints right there. And again, things like the flats. And here's some new busts. This is a new bust. So this is based on a Trench Crusade character, and we painted this flat on stream a few months ago. And I thought, oh, it'd be kind of fun to have a bust of that character right there. I also actually made a miniature of that character. Oh, thanks, Free Heathen. Appreciate that. And well, again, we we love painting our terrain here because it's super fun. But Free Heathen, I guess when you're designing those dice towers, as far as kind of okay, making sure the dice can all get through there, no matter what size they're, but still properly kind of mix, and bounce around enough. And then I guess Free Heathen, the other thing is how big is the sort of the little tray at the bottom, right? So that the dice don't have a head of steam and they go flying out the bottom of it. Actually, Free Heathen, I don't think you ever got your, I don't think you ever got your big Gandalf 6. Well, that's a pretty solid roll right there. Nice solid roll of a 4. Sorry, but I'm like, there's something I forgot to do. Oh yeah, it would be that. I'll roll on the big Gandalf 6. I don't think we've had any 6s tonight. We did have a 1 earlier. I think last night on our very first roll we had a 6. There we are. I know I just printed out my first 10mm piece of terrain. It was the entire black gate. And even in 10mm, it was still 6 feet long. Actually, I think it was a little bit over 6 feet long. Yeah, I made the mistake of getting the 28mm. Well, it wasn't really a mistake because I'll just print out the gate part. Yeah, I'll just print out literally the gate itself, not even like part of the two fangs of mortar, right? The 2 towers. We'll print those like the bottom base of those out, maybe towards the middle, After that, it's going to be hitting the ceiling. That's how big that thing is. But it's pretty much just for photography purposes, anyhows. Not necessarily for playing on because, well, I'm not so sure that a scenario of besieging the Black Gate really works. Okay, you line up about 15 trebuchets and you just keep launching them at it. That's about it. I don't think there's any siege ladders that would really work on that. Yeah, there we go. A little bit later there again on the Mount of Sauron. And again, this is some weathering powders we put there. Same deal like we did. Where's the Witch King? And we did that on this. Also did on that Wraith. That's a regular Wraith there. Where is Lurtz? Did we do that on him? Yeah, we sort of did a little bit of that on Lurtz as well. Nah, we'll leave that. I was going to put a little bit more rust on that, but I think we'll leave that be for now. Let me try to get a little more of a light gray in here. Maybe even a little bit of texture. Who knows? Maybe something that insinuates that. There we go. Actually, Free Heathen, I'm trying to see if I can't maybe design a. It's not really a piece of terrain. I want to basically print out for sort of a diorama something that's kind of a, well, basically a City of the Dead, but printed out in something along the lines of like a 1/1800 scale, and something like our 1/1800 scale ships, where again, that's something that's about 700 to 800 feet long, yet it's only a few inches long. So it's 418 here, Heathen. Actually, Heathen, the stream times keep getting later and later and later. And believe it or not, the Thursday streams even start later than this. But yeah, it's 418 here in the Midwest, in the upper, well, it's in the upper middle Midwest in Chicago here. It's we the we basically live on Melbourne time here, don't we? Don't we recoil? Yeah, we live on Melbourne time in Chicago. Folks often say, well, if you just moved to Melbourne, then that would probably solve the problem, except we know exactly what would happen. I would be in Melbourne living on Chicago time because that just seems how we roll here. Wasn't necessarily the plan, it's just kind of how it worked out. And Free Heathen, Free Heathen, if you've got like either a My Mini Factory or something like that, or an Etsy or something, whatever, definitely post that in the chat so if people want to get your files there or get something if it's printed somewhere, whatever. Why don't? Geez, sorry there, Free Heathen. I should have asked that right away. Geez. Well, we've been streaming now for 4.5 hours, and I believe, let's see, I think it was like what 10 o'clock in the morning, after a little after 10 when I got to sleep. It's been a very busy day so far. So yeah, Free Heathen, if you've got yourself again a My Mini Factory, Cults 3D, any of those things. Oh, there we go. Thangs.com. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I think that's right. You shared that already. Sorry about that, Free Heathen. It's about the same length as an Instagram link. So I'm in my failing brain. Actually, you'd have to have one fail on you. But needless to say, I was thinking that first one was an Instagram link. So everybody check out that Heathen Workshop right there. Fabulous dice towers. Fabulous dice towers from Free Heathen. Ooh, you know what? Let's reinforce this. That was something that was missing here. Well, we kind of had to wait to get to fool around with this anyways. Not there, not there. So that still be dark. That's his skin tone there. I wonder if I was thinking of popping a little bit of the skin tone over there, but I think we'll leave that. Ah, this is the other thing. I just keep forgetting to do this to get some of our indigo down in there. It's not just the whole thing of making it darker because it's also a cooler color than the rest of the robes or whatever here, especially with the weathering powders there. It automatically kind of gets down into the recesses. Now, I don't actually have a Discord there, Free Heathen. I got the Instagrams, and also here again, this is our latest showcase video on the YouTubes here, like that. Oh, that'll show you some of the terrain. Yeah, Free Heathen. Yeah, that'll show you some of the terrain. I've also printed out all of Helm's Deep, all of Osgiliath, all of Minas Morgul, all of Minas Tirith, all of Edoras, all of Lothlorien, also Fornost, um, the Dead Marshes, Cirith Ungol, Dol Guldur, Weathertop, Dol Amroth, Harad, Cand, Ruin, Near Harad. Yes, you sense a theme. Yes, sense a theme. Basically, enough terrain to cover half of the United States. And by half of the United States, I don't mean sparsely placed here and there. I mean like next to each other where there's no room for miniatures to move between them. It did involve having to claim eminent domain on most of the other houses on the block. Sadly, those had to be torn down to construct a new warehouse to store all of the terrain. So that's the downside, right, Camda? Again, because sometimes expansion is required. So yeah, it was like, sorry, I know you did. I know you just put a new roof on that house. I know you just redid all the sewer stuff, but again, we're gonna have to claim eminent domain on that. Take it down. Make room for this warehouse. Oh, thanks, Free Heathen. Yeah, that's It was the only way, Free Heathen. Well, I mean, you print terrain, right? How else are you supposed to show that in still images, right? In a world where it says, "Oh, you sure you don't want to put music on this? You sure you don't want moving whatever?" So it makes sense from a practical standpoint. Again, because I mean, how do you even some of your dice towers, Free Heathen? You're probably showing them off in like a rotating kind of a video type thing, because how many pictures can you take? And people may not look past what the first or second picture, right? We cannot confirm nor deny that, right, Camden? We might have had to burn the evidence. It was a sad winter barbecue accident. There you go. Yeah, Free Heathen. It's actually that's one of the reasons why I'm doing stuff like that. Also, too, is for the people that make the terrain. They can't do some. Well, I mean, they could, but then they would also have no time to sculpt the terrain, right? Because this, and we've been talking the last couple of streams there, Free Heathen, about how okay, yeah, you can sculpt the thing, but you probably spend as much time and effort doing test prints than it did to actually sculpt it in the first place. Because all of these things that I've been painting here, Free Heathen, these are literally all test prints. Every single one of them is a test print. Even the flats. I mean, look, we got more test prints right here. These just came off the printer earlier today. There's 4 more test prints that were done earlier today, and of course, again with all of the flats, I've got like 100 designs here, and not, needless to say, not all of them have had test prints made. I thought so, Free Heathen. I thought so. So again, folks, everybody, please go check out Free Heathen because dice towers are very cool. I mean, they also legit serve a purpose because otherwise those dice are either falling off the table or they're smashing into your miniatures. Those are suboptimal results either way. Yeah, love me some dice towers. They're really fun to paint too. And then of course there is just something about the sound of the dice kind of bouncing around in there, right, Free Heathen? Should we get this little? Really shouldn't get later, but I'm just gonna do that anyways. On our get mount the Sauron here. So yeah, actually, when I printed this thing out, that's when I got the idea. I should do a Mount of Sauron video. And so you saw like the City of the Dead in that video. Well, imagine the entire Black Gate with a giant Mordor army, and that'll be part of the video there. So big again. So some new vehicles there. Actually, yeah, Free Heathen. One of the things I do is a vehicles workshop series, and being able to print the vehicles is very essential. Yeah, to be able to print these babies out because you might want to try that same thing again. Now let's do that one, but with in a winter theme. Let's do that in a kind of a desert camo. Obviously, the weathering changes a lot depending on what environment it's in. I still have to try and print out vehicles like that one you just saw. I gotta try and print those out. Speaking of 10 mil, I need to try and print those out in Flames of War scale, which, was that 15 mil, I think, recoil? Flames of War scale? I always thought it was 10, but apparently it's 15. I could see that. At first I was kind of skeptical about that, and I'm like, yeah, it's been a long time since I last painted my Flames of War stuff. As in, like, years. We're talking, what, 2017 maybe? Only ever got to play, what, 2 games of that, and then, well, of course, they changed the system right at that moment, and then that kind of caused a bit of a rift, and then the folks I was going to play with, they wanted to do bolt action instead, so then we started doing bolt action. 17 armies later, we had ourselves a wee bit of a bolt action collection. Yeah, okay, I like that little bit of light on the bottom of the sleeves there. Yeah. Yeah, Free Heathen, let me see. Well, 5 of them were French. We had regular early war French. We had Free French in the desert. We had Vichy French. We had Resistance French, and then we also had French in Anorak. So basically, the Narvik campaign in 1940. So those were 5 of them there. I had, I think, 3 German armies, 2 different Soviet armies, even had a Hungarian army. And oh man, that was, talk about the early days of 3D printing there, Free Heathen. Oh my gosh. Some of my Hungarian vehicles were all 3D printed. Wow. That was, yeah, take today's FDM printer and have it print the worst thing it possibly can. That was like state of the art back then. Oof. Yikes. Actually, do I have... Oh, here we go. Yeah, this was... Yeah, this is this bizarre, super grainy type of printed stuff there. Now, this right here, that's a metal crew member from another kind. That's not 3D printed, but yeah, this Italian M1340. No, it's empty. There was a 45 or something. So see you later there, Irid. So Irid again. Sorry about yet more chaos, but Irid again. Before you take off, post your Pinterest stuff one more time, and you're gonna be doing your stream, right? I mean, just to, if at least for a change of scenery, right, Irid? So Irid's gonna be streaming Saturday here, uh, 7 p.m. Pacific time. Yeah, Heathen is just, it's absolutely crazy. And of course, now, of course, because I really needed to, I have an entire French army that I can 3D print. Because, I don't already have enough Char 2Cs. I don't have enough Samoas. I don't have enough uh, Sharby ones. I don't have enough Renaults. So everybody check out that Pinterest link that Irid Canwave just shared. And then again, please give Irid Canwave a follow. And again, Irid, just, well, I probably shouldn't say nothing because I'll just jinx it, right? I think I might have been jinxing you all this time there, Irid. Now we're just doing, again, this is the oils here. We're doing a little bit of our dry brushy stuff in here. Which, of course, is not really a dry brush because it's all mixing, right, Camda? Looky there. Look at that. A little more over there. So now that's not just, we don't want it to be just, well, really dark gray in there. We need a little something, something, a little lighter. Also with a little bit of color. You can see we have even some of our rust stuff happening in there. I might also go a little more mid-tony on these bad boys right here. Such as it is. Like so. The ye old loaded blending brush, right, Camda? Can't go wrong with that. Alright, where's Leggy here? Legolas, do some stuff. Oh yeah, on this little bit of greenery over here. How's about this? We take our chromium oxide, fabulous chromium oxide green, the Terra Rosa of greens. There we are. So Camda, I can't wait to finish off that video with all the different containers. And again, Camda, I think I've got it sitting here. Here it is. Yeah, this was a little bit of a disappointment. I'm glad I only just got one set of these. First of all, way too small. Also, that's not exactly airtight. I mean, it's a nice little close there. I don't think it would work for that. It's pretty neat, right, Camda? It's just got a lot of unique properties to it, for sure. Here, we're going to get this, get that a little bit on a lighter side. Maybe go a little further. Fine, I'm going to grab me some of this. And we're going to go a little lighter on that fern. Oh, it was our shatter point. That's right, our murder hobbits. Yes. Where we did the, for our, whatchamacallit, our Ewoks, right? We had a bunch of these ferns on those bases. Oh, happy birthday there, Free Heathen. Well, in that case, since it's a birthday stream coming up, we will do a little bit of a hype train then for Free Heathen. Hype train there. So Free Heathen, have yourself a fabulous birthday. And everybody again, please give Free Heathen a follow. Any excuse for a hype train, right, Camja? There you go. So have a fabulous birthday stream. And again, thank you for the raid as well. Oh, there's a little bit of a gap here. So we're gonna take this here green, and this is our loaded blending brush again. So we're doing this almost like we would with our brush that has no paint in it. But that paint, a little bit of paint now here. We're just doing a little tap, tap, tap there, and now all of that stuff gets blended together. See, I'm looking over here, I'm like, whoa, there's nothing over there. We don't want something like that. Not a good situation. Not a good situation at all. I'll be curious to see, Camda, what kind of interesting new radiance we can make. Because that's one of the things I was going to do in that video is mix just a bunch of wild colors together. So noon Pacific Standard Time. Oh, and I'm going to be giving away some Polymaker filament too. Wow, well, well, then you definitely have to go give Free Heathen a follow because there's some possible filaments to be had. More filament, more better, right, Free Heathen? How else are you going to print those giant terrain pieces? And have yourself a fabulous birthday too. So again, everybody please give Free Heathen that follow and check out that site there for some fantastic files as well. I'm gonna roll a little lighter with his shoes slash boots there. Now again, you can see the reference over there. It's a different kind of Legolas, right? We're painting obviously a little bit more of the realistic skin tones. Where's our Theoden? That was kind of the one that sort of locked in the whole realistic skin tone on us. Wherever he's hiding, there he is. For whatever reason, we kind of did the more realistic skin tone on him, and it's like, oh, okay, we're just going to have to continue with that. Now, again, the other thing too is sizing our gummy bears. So some of them are a little bit on the smaller side. Now, thanks, Free Heathen. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. And again, appreciate the Z-Raid. So, oh yeah, now it's 4:39 in the morning here. Oh yeah, that's right. We've been doing this for about 5-ish hours. Time flies. Apparently, it cans it when you're painting gummy bears. So I think this definitely locks in that we'll probably be doing the Battlestar Galactica bust because I don't think I'm going to have time to get all the new gummy bear figs, of which I think there's still 4 sitting around here that need to get based. Elrond, Gimli, also our Prince Imrahil. Technically, the Balrog still needs to go on a base, although I think I'm going to be reprinting him. Get that kind of reddish brown in here on the bow. I haven't really done a whole bunch with it. No, not yellow. Not that. Let's go with this. We have a little bit of the not radiant magenta mixed with that Indian red. I think that was the way to go, yeah. Now let's make the bindings on this bowl also lighter. What are we going to use? What will we use that will not be just a repeat of everything else? How about this? How about also not one of our beat up brushes? How about we use this one here? There we go. again, that's almost a little bit of a greenish type coat. And there's also a little bit of some kind of goop on the brush. Got rid of that, and now we're gonna do something maybe even a little lighter than that. Yeah, I think we'll go a little lighter than that too. Let's do that here. Right along the top edge of this again, there's a little bit of strapping on the bow there. Nice, there we go. That's what we needed. Now maybe even perhaps a touch lighter on this sleeve here. I think I need some more of my. Speaking of chromium oxide green, there we go. Yep. Try that again. There we go. And then we'll have to go with something darker on that. I think we did that pretty good over here, but let's try also on his shoulder. Again, this is a lighter tone, but also still has to be a cooler green than what is on his sleeve. So this is the cloak here, going again with a little bit of the phthalo green. Like that. Yeah, there we are. Oh, yeah, fine. Let's do that. That's going to encourage the idea that there's a little bit of texture on this cloak here. There is no texture on there. Again, I usually, the way I kind of think about texture on 28, well, figures that are not full-size humans, you can barely see the texture on full-size people's clothes. Now we've got, even on 100 mil figs, it really should be almost impossible to see any texture on that cloak. Now you get down to 28 mil figs, texture on cloaks, again, but of course we say, it's that ye old rule of cool, like you were mentioning earlier there, right, Camda? Sometimes just got to be the rule of cool. You say, you know what, I just want to do it. I want to see if I can do it. Which is always good to kind of, we were talking about it very early, well, maybe not very early on in the stream, but that idea where you maybe push the envelope a little bit now and then. You say, okay, I've never done this before. I will try it. It may not be successful. May not even be the successful the second time or the third time. Actually, Camden, I'll have to email you those songs that I was telling Recoil about. Again, it's kind of it sort of plays off the train songs, right, Camden? It's kind of a offshoot of those. And of course, Camden, right? The Book of Wapple states, "Think long, think wrong, think less, do more." I'm actually thinking here we might. I might actually change what we got going on with Legolas here. I might change this to a different. We'll maybe go from the gold to. Let me try the sky blue here. I don't know if this here is going to work. It'll work easier if there's not a whole bunch of fuzz on the brush. Also, that's a pro tip right there, right, Camda? You don't get that just anywhere. Now, of course, Camda, some might say that a hobbit that, shall we say, acts before thinking might also be considered a hasty hobbit there too. So again, there's a balance. You don't want to be a hasty hobbit. Look what happens to hasty hobbits. I'm just imagining a bust of that Camda. Obviously, a miniature. That'd be super fun too. Well, Camda, just like all the extra cameras we have at Landrast House, we are also under legal obligation to make sure that we monitor all members of the Linseed Fellowship at all times to make sure that they are adhering to Linseed Fellowship standards. Yes, if they do not adhere to Linseed Fellowship standards of decorum and blending, then, well, here, like, do this. Oh, so yeah, so we've kind of changed that from that kind of goldish. I was actually looking at my little reference down in the corner and went, you know what? That is probably a better idea for whatever his little thing is that he's wearing. So, okay, fine, we'll do that. Gonna get me a little bit more reflections in the eyes is there. A wee bit lighter on the skin tones there. Camda, I cannot confirm nor deny that certain, spacefaring Welshlandians are in alliance with us here. But who knows, Camden? Maybe we might have agreed that we would help them keep the secret of cadmium gray shade safe in exchange for also attaching satellites to their Welshlandic anti-death orb shield. The problem is, Camden, we can only observe people in Welshlandia, so it's yeah, that is a slight limitation. Let me do this here. Oh yeah, WISA, the Welshlandic Space Agency. There you go. Let me get a little bit more lighter something there on the bottom of his mouth there. Thousands of years they have managed to keep the Death Orb shield operational. I'm pretty sure that you and Recoil would really appreciate an anti-Death Orb shield right now, as would pretty much just about most everybody else in Australia, it seems. Yeah, I think we're going to go a little bit lighter on these, not really brace, we're going to just treat those more as like some wrappings there. Yeah, I think that does it. Yeah, it's a little bit better there. Let me do some of that here. Also some there. Okay, that is good. That is good. Now back to our Warg Rider. How light is that? Well, it's a lot lighter now. What about his arm here? I think we might come back with some of our darker stuff in there. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. Nah. Don't want to make that fur too light there. That's kind of in the shadows. Camden, I'm actually kind of semi-serious about this warg here or something like that for printing in 10 mil, and a guy on the back of him that's, well, maybe not quite the big giant chibi head on him, but something a little bit beefier. Now on the here, boy, this is the other thing that is so much easier with the oil paint is stuff like these. So spear type things like this. I'm gonna take umber and that. Oh no, that did have some of our reddish brown on it, didn't it? Alright, so let me grab some of that too. Alright, let me try this here. So, man, these things always just took forever. Forever. Now we're just gonna hit it real quick here with our last, maybe even a little bit of this here. Not radiant, radiant violet. Bam. I mean, it took seconds to do that. It took seconds to do that instead of just. How long am I taking to paint? Basically a stick? Yeah. Yeah, Camda. It's kind of funny because I never. Well, we talk all the things, right? You gotta push envelopes and stuff. One thing I never imagined Camda was, what would you say, trying to figure out the technicalities in printing and creating 10 millimeter stuff. Because it's one thing to take stuff that is that scale, well, like that, the Black Gate. I mean, it was already 10 mil scale. I didn't have to fool around with it at all. Different story now, right? If I'm going to make figures for that, that maybe shouldn't quite be there. I'm going to also put a little here. Let's that got a little raggedy right there. Let me see if we can't on the upper part of his eyes here. Let me. Yeah, that brush is sitting over here. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely Camda. Oh geez, yeah. So Camda, I'll try to. I think some of them might just be small enough to send in an email or something like that. Basically, the ones that I think are reasonably good to go. Because there's some, well, obviously the Sauron one, I'm going to try and do one more test print on that. But the ones that I know are pretty rock solid, I'll try to send you those, and it would be super fun if you could paint some of those, Kanda, because, well, that was the whole point of them, right? We want other people to have them and paint those up because it's all kind of part of the whole tribute thing. So that would be super fabulous. Camda, because people sent me the not just the dark sword Kathy figure, but also the hack and slash one. Remember the Kathy Goblin? Some folks, because it was neat to see what they did with it, Camda, because they just thought of some really fun things to do with it. Uh, nope, that's all. There we go. That's the other core was kind of dead there. Yeah, we just needed to kind of come. Yeah, we needed to go back to our lighter stuff there. That is quite the expressive gummy bear orc right there. I'm gonna try and do this. Maybe this there and there. All right, I think that just might do it. Okay. I'm gonna have to hold him this way. Blending brush. Nope, that's got way too much there. We'll use this guy. There's a whole bunch of cleaner on that brush. That would have been a disaster. A little bit of his fur Side of his head. Don't want to wipe out some of the blood effect stuff that we did there, so we gotta be careful about that. Ooh, we never did get any rust over in this area here, so let's get some rust, which would also be our traditional skin tone there, the Terra Rossa. Boom. Also, let's see, do we have any other? Yes, we do. I thought so. Like, I think there's another one of these that's got a pokey stick with a skelly on it. I thought so. This olive green, I always keep forgetting, Camda. That is a very, it's not quite as opaque, say, as our chromium oxide green or whatevs, but how do they rate it? See, even they don't rate it as a full opaque there. I don't know if there's any full opaque. I haven't really looked at those symbols very much on the Paul Rubens. I've looked at a bunch on the other ones, but there seems to be a lot of different symbols on the Paul Rubens ones. Now here I'm actually chucking a little bit of that olive green onto said cloak over here, like that. Yeah, Cam, like Penny, we were talking earlier, Penny, about the flats there. That's like her favorite thing to do. She's literally teaching a class in painting flats. So I mean, ultimately, it would be really neat if she did a class with one of our flats, because again, you get a chance to kind of, like we talked about, Camden. You know, okay, people are watching you and Inganes and such streaming the oil paints. That's real helpful because again, you get to see a different person's take on it, thought process on it, and that is always important to see, right? As many different viewpoints as possible, for sure. All right, with leggy here, these little laces on it. I think I already put that brush. No, I did not. I think that's this one here. Yeah. There's a little funky stuff with the belt here. I will try. I think this is the color we used. The strap here. There's absolutely nothing on there. There we go. There's a little something on there. I think we should also get some on the top. Let me just, maybe we'll just use the radiant violet here. Yeah, I can't. Well, it's much like the what we said, much like the pigment numbers, right? Camden, they're tricksy and false. They are quite tricksy and very false. Yeah. Now here I'm gonna take the yellow and get that on some of this stuff here. Now let's take our umber and Indian yellow together. Now we're talking here. All right. Now I'm gonna here. Let me take some of this. I'm not gonna try to. I was almost thinking of doing like a little wood grain texture on our bow here, but I think we'll refrain from the wood grain texture. Hilarious as that would be on a gummy bear. It's like, well, look at the wood grain on that bow of the. Oh yeah, that's a gummy bear elf. Nope, other way. Other way. Let's get this dark going. Well, tried getting that going. That bumped right into one of the branches. There we go. Now we're talking. I mean, even Williamsburg, right, Camden. There are well, and of course, Terror Verte aside, there's colors that are quite clearly not opaque at all that they give at least a semi-opacity to, and then there's other ones. I mean, even I bet you Puro Orange is not even regarded as a full-on opaque. Yeah, look at that. And this is pretty darn opaque. And then there's other colors that are literally not even that opaque that get a higher rating for opacity than that. Go figure, right, Camden? Now, actually, now it is 5:02 in the morning here. How's about we say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all those moderations? We also want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows, the cheers, and we had raids too. But yeah, I'm like, why are we this hungry? Oh, yeah, that's right, because we've been doing this for 5 hours and 15 minutes. So we appreciate everybody that's been hanging out here. We'll be back at this again, like now only about 12 hours from now, and about like 15 or so. And again, we'll be painting one of our BSG busts. It's going to be about the same size as this Trench Crusade test bust right here. So I want to say thanks again to Armored Wolf. How's about we do a little review here? Let's do a little review of what we did on our stream tonight. Mouth the Sauron, Legolas, and a fabulous Warg rider right there. Again, part of our Lord of the Rings Gummy Bears series. We're up to at least 30. This might even be past 30 now. These are super fun. We still have more of these to go. We got 2 regular hobbits. We've got ourselves Sauron himself. Yes, we still got that to do. So thanks again, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. I'm going to actually go over maybe this away here. So thanks again. We're going to have a raid countdown underway. So appreciate everybody being here. So thanks again. This has been really, really fun doing more of these crazy Lord of the Rings gummy bears. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you later today.